'Twas the Friday before Christmas, and all through the week, every creature was waiting for the disclosure leak. Next year would bring Epstein and Ghislain with treats of 100 indictments for those pervert elites. For decades of secrets that would all soon be shared, all the people rejoiced as the deep state prepared. From saucers to space, all those people erased, our history stolen and almost replaced, except for a light that a few kept up high and held truth together, exposing the lies. So I say Merry Christmas to you and be well. Disclosure is coming, and may those goons go to hell. Welcome to the show. You guys, look at the lineup I have here. Oh my God.
What's up, boys? How's it going?
Hi guys, I'm glad you haven't shaved as well, Ashton, because I was a bit worried there. Like I'd run out of shaving foam, but like we can't compete with old Dave there, can we?
No, I know. It would take me forever to get where Dave's at. I'm trying to be capable.
Actually, when I was younger, I used to have a beard down like here. I had this whole thing that I could save 3 minutes a day by not shaving, so I could do more work in the day. And over 9 months, it came down to here, and I'm thinking, look at all the time I've saved. But yeah, I look like baby Jesus.
Dave, what is the plan with the beard? Is there a Zen thing going on here? Or is there any long-term plan, or are you just spontaneous?
Well, in Canada, it's wintertime, a combination of that, spontaneous, pretty simple. I've actually, believe it or not, I've trimmed it because this is like 6-7 months of growing it. So I know what Bob's talking about.
So where are you in Canada? Because I've got some people up in Calgary, and that basically gets to really inhospitable temperatures.
Well, I can tell you that right now I'm in Toronto, but silent partner of mine and I have a small laboratory out of Winnipeg, and it gets really cold there to the point where, at least for me, because I'm not used to it, but he is, for me personally, it hurts when I breathe. Like it's a pinching feeling. Yeah,
I went to Minnesota once, and that got down to minus 32, and that was pretty tough. Actually, you had to. They have all these cars where you turn a button and it heats on up inside the car for like about 30 minutes before you actually leave your house and leg it to the car and open the door and shut the door. But I was in Toronto this time last year, visiting George Hathaway, who sadly is suffering from cancer at the moment, but it's going well, the therapy. But it was about this time of year, and it was -2, and back in the Czech Republic it was -10. So I'd gone to a warm, sunny place. So Toronto actually has a much better climate than some of the north and northwest places, right?
Basically, you can equivocate it to New York weather-wise, approximately. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
We're going to make the world warm with technology, right?
Or find ways to cool it off and prevent catastrophic boiling of the oceans. Runaway global warming, the melting of the methane.
Boiling the oceans would be a terrible waste of fuel.
Yeah, big time.
It depends on how you're doing it.
Exactly.
Right. So cold fusion, so guys, those of you who don't know the lineup here tonight, Dave Rossi runs Generation Z. It's a YouTube channel which you guys can go look up, Generation Z on YouTube. Bob Greenyer is, of course, the Martin Flieschman Memorial Project. He studies all these EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, comes up with a lot of really interesting information and digs into a lot of the background history where other scientists found these anomalies and sort of reported them, but just didn't know what to make of them. And as we've seen a lot of times in science, it's easier to just say, oh, well, these things don't exist, and we're just going to, they're outside of our understanding, so we're not going to pay attention to them, and we're going to, continue to move forward with, the easier path, and it's gone on that way with a lot of things. I think, that was it. It's done a lot of bad to our society in general. This type of thinking and this type of treatment of anomalies when anomalies arise, because as you have with things like the Warren Commission, as we talked about on Catastrophic Disclosure Series number 1, there's over 75% of Americans do not believe the Warren Commission's findings on the JFK assassination, and for good reason. We don't believe in magic bullets. This is nonsense. And the fact is, there's anomalies like extra bullet holes in the JFK, extra bullets. They had to explain it with this really whacked out way. The same thing with RFK, with extra bullet holes in the Ambassador Hotel that night. The presence of these CIA psychiatrists who end up being MK Ultra mind control doctors, connected to Jack Ruby. and also connected to Sirhan. So you have these anomalies that it's just easier for the establishment and for people who are, if you're in charge of this investigation and the government's breathing down your neck, it's way easier just to ignore that kind of shit, because it's just going to get you into fucking trouble if you talk about it. You know what I mean?
And if I can add quickly, Jeremy, the question also becomes, at least at the time, if you were to bring certain people from the DIA or CIA up to testify, let's just say that they were to lie or what have you, how do you enforce a system to ensure they don't lie? Right, because even with the UAP thing, one of the things we see today is I saw Mr. Jeremy, I think Corbell, asking Mr. Lakatsky a handful of weeks ago. Well, he says, Jim, what if you're brought up to Congress? And Mr. Lakatsky said, just lie, and just say no. I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't. You know what I mean? So
worked for James Clapper, right?
Right.
We're pursuing Edward Snowden, the guy who made the leak because he saw James Clapper on Congress lying about the NSA spying program, right? James Clapper didn't have to run away to Russia and go into hiding. He's not a pursued felon or a fugitive of the law right now. Why not? He lied to Congress. So yeah, it's that easy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, the go-to move just seems to be to say, like, I can't recall, right? I think I've heard so many times when they just come on, they go, I can't recall. You just said I can't recall 40 times. You don't remember what you did yesterday? Like, come on, right? Like,
well, I think that
can't catch you, right?
That's to do with not finding yourself inadvertently lying to Congress. But the point about Clapper is it was found that he lied to Congress and there's no consequences. And it's about this whole thing about there seems to be no consequences for people like completely putting rubbish out into the world. There seems to be rewards, actually, in fact.
Big time, yeah. You make a movie about a debunked physicist that's 30 years old with an old story that doesn't have any real physics to it, and you're on iTunes and Netflix, and you're on Joe Rogan 6 times representing all of ufology. And
but hey, it's got a rocket car in it, okay?
Can't think who you're talking about.
No, I'm not going to name names. You just have to but if people will figure that out. But anyways, yeah, it's pretty easy when you see. I mean, you might as well just call it a ficus because it's a plant.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's been really interesting to see these so-called disclosures in front of Congress is that if you go and look at the intergalactic propulsion paper that was presented by A.C. Holt in 1979 on the NASA's website, it's literally on the NASA's website.
Alan Holt, right? Yeah.
It literally has every single statement that was supposed to be revelation in that document in 1979. Literally everything of importance is already in that public document available on NASA's website as properties of what UFOs can do, which people have been saying recently is what the Tic Tacs can do. So yeah, field resonance propulsion concept. And in there, not bring it in too early, but if you look at the structure that they says will drive this intergalactic propulsion technology, it is exactly a toroidal moment structure with the magnetic flux reconnection that was established in the 1970s. And exactly, it refers to a 1976 paper where they fired a laser in Japan into a nonlinear plasma and produced over 1,000 Teslas magnetic field. And this is with a single pulse, which has been replicated in 2021 and published in a major journal and funded by basically every energy authority on Earth that's of any significance. And yeah, so if you go down there and you read it, look at that. No, go up a bit.
It's a plasmoid right there.
Of course it is, but and it looks at anyway. Go down, you can literally see in there about the properties of the spacecraft. Look, where is it? No, not there. You'll find it, and exactly tells you exactly everything that is supposed to have been disclosed was already available. That is your magnetic reconnection, and that produces the toroidal vortex flux in the center. So they didn't know this was the toroidal moment. But they did know that they could create these from laser pulses into nonlinear plasma, and that building something that was of this geometry would enable what Hal Puthoff says is changing the epsilon zero. And that allows you to change the rate of flow of time and the ability of electric charges to form. And because of the Aharonov bomb effect, it allows you to get around Einstein's restrictions on the speed of light. So it's known. Now, what happened to that? Because if you know my story, this is the same year that my father showed us 4 lights in the sky appear and go disappear. And my father is not an alien, but he was a top level Mason, and he did know people in the UK Navy. And it would turn out that the location of those lights that are most likely projected from was at Shoreham Airport, which is the oldest purpose-built airfield in the world. My dad always used to go on about it. I actually flew a Cessna twice from there as a training flight. But just down the road, due west, there was an airstrip built for the Wright brothers the year prior, but it's the oldest purpose-built air base in the world. And during the Second World War, they used to launch a lot of aircraft from there. But that paper there shows that we have been told nothing new in the last 2 years.
Could I jump in very quickly, Bob, to stand on Bob's shoulders? There's a paper by, I think his name was Roger D. Felice in the 70s, give or take. And it basically substantiates and shows that from either a metric engineering perspective or from from a gauge vector field perspective, there's a lens-stirring frame dragging effect that occurs when you have these gravitational effects, which also, again, gives rise to these frictional drag forces that produce this exact visual as well. So I'd like to support what Bob was saying completely, because this gives rise to, again, the polarizability of the vacuum, et cetera, et cetera. So it allows for that gradient.
What was the name of that scientist in the paper? If you want to post that in the private chat, I'd like to.
Sure, no problem. I even have another paper I'd love to show the abstract and introduction of. I can send to you in the private chat here, Jeremy.
Give me some links in the private chat. I also want to take a look at that Lockheed Martin patent that Ashton had as well.
Yeah.
Do you mean the systems and methods for generating coherent matter waves?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. If you want to pull that up, I might even have it up.
Yeah, the matter waves.
Hey, Jeremy, I had an idea for an experiment. What if we were to take a powerful superconducting toroidal electromagnet and just shoot a makeshift particle accelerator at it and just see what happens? Like, do you think that would be enough to get the attention that we need? Like, I wonder if would we get like a knock on the door if we start to build any of this stuff?
I think that's what Atlas is, right? Isn't that?
Are you okay, Jeremy, if I sent it to you on Signal?
Yeah. You could send it to me on. It's hard for me to get because that's on my phone. I'd really like to get it in the private chat right here.
Can I throw PDFs into it?
They have this giant room full of detectors, and they smash the particles together inside of that. But so you were talking about putting you smash them together, make this a giant toroid.
Can we make a smaller version? Yeah, and if we turn it into a toroidal shape, I think what Bob was just talking about basically makes there be like that circle in the middle. Basically creates what is that the null field there essentially around the magnetic fields that are happening there in that pattern.
It's called a phase singularity. So if you can imagine a normal water vortex in your bath drain, and things are going this way and they're going the opposite way on either sides of the vortex. And as that goes down all the way to the bottom, at some point you get to a point where the particle doesn't know which way to go, and it also can't go up or down. And this is in the electrodynamic sense. Of course, with a normal water going down a drain, it actually does come out the other side. Yeah. But with a fractal toroidal structure, it creates what's called a topological monopole. It's not a real monopole, but it acts in every way that's important like a monopole. And at that point, the matter just is brought into phase because it creates the Aharonhof-Bohm effect. And so you end up, for instance, with electrons becoming bosons, and then they can form a coherent electron bosonic cluster, essentially. And it just gets built and built and built. And also other matter comes to that point. So you've got ions and electrons being forced through this central point. But because dark matter, which I've been specifically told I'm not allowed to talk about by a US Navy head of research previously, but I talk about it anyway because I didn't bother to read his CV, which he decided to add to the email and say, look, you should see I'm a special executive service member. I'm sure you know what that means. No, I don't know, and I don't care.
British Navy, is that?
No, US Navy.
US Navy. Okay.
Anyway, so I thought, well, thanks for telling me I should talk about dark matter. The other thing it said I shouldn't talk about is gravity. So, like
talk about both.
Telling me to not talk about gravity. You obviously want me to talk about gravity, or I should be talking about gravity, in spite of what you're telling me I shouldn't talk about gravity.
Jeremy, I sent you to your email. I sent you a screenshot of let's call it a unique paper that's I don't believe is public, and then also I sent you the full PDF of the. Not Roger, Fernando Di Felice. The paper's called on a gravitational field acting as an optical medium, I believe.
And you sent that to Alien Science. Oh, here it is.
There it is. Yeah, if we can take a look quickly at the screenshot of a certain paper, I want to be clear in saying it is not classified, but to my knowledge, it is not public either. It's from about 25 years back, authored by Dr. Eric Davis on graviton emission in the laboratory.
Not Eric W. Davis, who did the ball lightning study for the US Air Force in 2000 and late 2001, commissioned in 2002 and published in 2003. That one.
Yes.
The colleague of the US Naval Intelligence guy called Hal Puthoff. That guy.
Yeah. He also did the Air Force teleportation study.
Yeah, interesting.
I remember quoting that study, I think, at least one of the teleportation studies by him.
This paper summarizes how electrodynamics and gravitation are coupled in a Hamiltonian formulation, followed by an appropriate quantization scheme. From the analysis of the coupled field interactions, Hamiltonian, one can derive a completely classical scattering cross mechanism for generation of gravitons in lab experiments. Very interesting. Nice one, Dave. I'm going to enjoy lapping this one up. Thank you very much.
I encourage anyone to try and find it publicly because so far I have not been able to. That's why I don't want to get anyone here in genuine, like particularly you, Jeremy, in any legal trouble whatsoever. So I'll only provide with things that are not public, but also not classified. So this would be one of them.
Dave, have you noticed the subtext in parentheses? In brackets.
Publicly.
Yes,
high frequency gravitational wave
workshop. Yes, from the sponsored by the MITRE Corporation. So also look into what the MITRE Corporation is for those in the audience that may not know. So again, of
course, when Eric W. Davis was doing the ball lightning study on behalf of the Air Force, he was doing it for warp drive metrics.
I may or may not
San Diego. That's where he was working.
If he had a company that would have contact information, I may or may not have screenshotted that out there because it's not my place to provide that. Yeah, but yeah, it can't.
Can I ask you guys a question? Scientific one, real quick.
Sure.
It's kind of conceptual, but like, how would you visualize the fabric, the underlying fabric of the void? Beyond like space time itself, right? Because we know there's stuff in space, right? So, do you like for me, just to kind of prime you guys, I kind of visualize it like there's a matrix that we're inside of that's like projecting our reality onto it. Is that how you guys look at it, or do you guys look at it maybe more abstractly?
I'll let Dave go first, and then I'll say
sure.
what I think.
It depends on the approach we're taking, but in a visual sense, I would say personally, I view it as exactly what you described, a sort of information matrix that underlies everything that we call matter, and matter would be comprised of, we could say, resonant particles or mass that resonates within the parameters of a certain object that comprises that. Now, what comprises that resonating mass, in my opinion, would be something where if we think of these sort of longitudinal slinkies that exist within what we call the quantum vacuum or the ether. When we are able to resonate the mass of an object, we are able to then resonate those slinkies. And then the question becomes, okay, can we manipulate it with sound, light, electromagnetism, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the way that I view it. It doesn't mean that it's the only way or the correct way whatsoever. That's just my personal interpretation. So also in the sense of how space-time may in fact be sort of like an oscillating, undulating sort of, how can I put it, set of very slow, like kind of like water waves, but obviously not nearly as dense. But can certainly emit power that's far more significant than anything known at the moment.
So if I take a shot at this, essentially, and this is gonna make Jeremy's head explode. Having looked at a 2007 aluminium sample from John Hutchison, I found 4 quantized.
Who's supposed to be joining us, by the way? He's got.
Oh, that would be awesome. So I found 4 quantization levels of solitons similar to those described as producing quantum coherent nuclear reactor in 1992 by the awarded patent for Mikhail Solin. And these seem to be quantized such that at each next fractal level above, you were rotating the structure 90 degrees. And I saw these as being linked together through electric field and magnetic field alternately. I didn't know much about Maxwell's equations. I know what magnets do and I know what electric fields do. They kind of attract each other. So that's all I needed to know. I didn't need to know any maths, and that's what I was physically seeing. And so when I presented the basic structure of an EVO, because I knew that Ken Shoulders had said the exotic vacuum object is essentially a toroidal cluster, and that I knew that from the Bostic and Nardi work from 1948 through to 1980, they had shown these impacts of exotic vacuum objects, which they called plasmoids, hitting a witness material. They were D4D toroids, which had spokes, which I visualized as being the impact of a 90-degree rotated toroid in the structure that was impacted. So I concluded then in my presentation of the basic three level, because you only need to do a wheel within a wheel, and say that the lower level wheel is a fractal of the upper level wheel, and all the way down to twice the distance of the Planck's distance, 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, that you can have that this was the structure of all space-time. And it was only when we found the collapsed wave function of these structures in a plasma reactor called Vega that was conducted in Holland and replicated in Canada by 2 MFMP volunteers, Henk Uren and David Butlier, that I sent that to the Russians, and they came back with this classified fractal toroidal research that they were doing, which I had been told by people that shouldn't tell me these things. It had been weaponized during the Soviet period. And you can imagine what the kind of weapons they do, because they produce gravity and anti-gravity waves, it would seem. So I was looking at that, and in the paper that they sent without comment was this 1995 paper by Zverblis. And he literally said, and with diagrams, well, you can only see it on my blog because it's translated. The Russian is translated, and I translated the whole paper, including all the Maxwell equations. So what happened was, he saw this thing in a Moscow basement in 1988 because he was looking at technology which had coils of coils of coils to interact with DNA directly through electromagnetics, because DNA is a coil of a coil of a coil of a coil, right? So he thought that must be some sort of electric signal that goes through there that could be interacted with electrodynamically. And because he was doing this kind of research, he was brought in to see this toroid, which was made of coils of coils of coils, or coils of coils of coils of coils. And when you energize these things with the 30 hertz AC, it produces a magnetic AC waveform, which they observed with a fluxgate magnetometer. And this persisted even when they turned off the power, and even when they moved the device, and it persisted for 2 days. And so he didn't believe what he saw, but he went to a guy called Nevesky, who is the chief physicist and mathematician for the Russian Academy of Sciences, and asked him to do a treatment, find out what this does. And basically what it is, if you have a current going in a line, the pointing vector comes off and dissipates. If you have a current going through a coil, the pointing vector comes off and dissipates. If you have a coil wrapped into a coil, the pointing vector comes off and dissipates. But if you have a coil of a coil of a coil, the pointing vector closes in on itself, and you can charge that and charge that and charge that. And if you have a coil of a coil of a coil of a coil, you have 2 pointing vectors that go 90 degrees to each other, and if one collapses, it energizes the other. So you can create what's called a vacuum current, which is self-stable, and it's an exotic vacuum object in that it does not need any ordinary matter to exist, and it persists for a long period of time. And this is one of the bases for these structures. Now, what he said in that paper They used standard Maxwell equations from the 1800s to prove this was a real thing, and it is a real thing that they could do, right? So you don't need any fancy maths, you don't need any fancy particles, you don't need any other dimensions to prove this from standard Maxwell equations, the physical observation, okay? Now, what he found was, and he said in this paper, is that the fractal toroid is the only fractal that can fill all of space-time and leave no branches or gaps. There's one option in the universe. And so my intuition that this had to be the structure of the physical universe was supported in a review of classified Soviet energetics research published in 1995 and provable from Maxwell equations. So I started with only physical observation of John Hutchinson's material, then physical observations of the product of ball lightning inside the vagary experiments, leading me to a model that was verified by the second aspect, and then it went back to classified energetics research. And then you see it in that A.C. Holt paper from 1979 as being the basis for changing the space-time metrics. So everything kind of lines up into a package. Now, why is this important? This is when it comes for the whole nature of the universe. A toroidal moment is not an electric field or a magnetic field. A toroidal moment has these moments. It can go up and down with amplitude and frequency. It has a precession angle, which can go in and out with amplitude and frequency. And it also has an angular velocity per fractal level from the upper scale all the way down at either 2 to 48 divisions, all the way down to twice the Planck's distance. So the ways you can encode information in this is phenomenal. And it's one, and the basis for this, in my understanding, is relic neutrinos, which are persistent across the entire universe. It doesn't matter whether you believe they came from the Big Bang or they're synthesized from supernova. Either way, they exist. And they are extra low energy. And they are about either 1.76 Kelvin or between 1.76 or 2.76, but they're one coherent matter through the entire universe, and they have their own toroidal moment, which means anything with a toroidal moment can interact with them, and they can be condensed because they have actual mass into ordinary matter. So they are means of gravity, they are a means of propulsion, and they are a means of consciousness.
Can I ask a quick question?
You have go on.
I just wanted to ask something about, so is it 3 or 4 toroids that is the secret sauce? Because 3, it seems like you reach a singularity, but it doesn't like produce extra, because then you said of 4, now you're producing an opposite. Can you just elaborate on that for the normies?
The moment emerges actually on when you just have a torus of current loops, right? But to make anapole, which was discovered in 1957 by Yakovs Eldovich, right? You need oscillating currents on the, like colloidal currents oscillating on the toroid, and then an electric field oscillating out of phase, and that will create a phase conjugation at a mean square radius, which cancels the electromagnetic waves at that point, and only the scalar and vector potentials propagate out from that. Now, you have to control that quite in a complex way. And this is the basis for the communication patent that was submitted in 1993, 9 months after Hal Puthoff transferred the Psychic Spy program to Science Applications International Corporation, right? So he was working out how a brain could do remote viewing and stuff. And then he does this patent. And basically on June the 15th this year, at Sydney Technical University, the town I'm in right now, they discovered using nuclear magnetic resonance on the brain, functional nuclear magnetic resonance, that when someone is doing conscious cognitive tasks, they produce a vortex and an anti-vortex in their brain. So they are producing toroidal moment. They can interact with the toroidal moment fluid. So the answer to your question is specifically, you actually need the next level of torus up, and you need to have a fractal level for it not to need control over the electric field.
If I could jump in,
introduces this non-radiating boundary, and that is specified in the conclusion of Ken Shelder's 1987 book, E.V. A Tale of a Discovery. He says these are the perfect monopole oscillators. They can only be interacted with a scalar vector potential. They emit the scalar and vector potential, and because they are closed electrodynamic structures, you can charge them using scalar waves up to a point where, in David Freiberger's work from SLAC, he says you exceed the ability of baryons to attach themselves to the Dirac sea, and baryons fall apart. So it causes the complete collapse of matter. So the specific answer is yes.
Good.
You need at least, I think, a
Three.
4 or maybe a 3 torus. Yeah.
If I could add very quickly, the fine structure constant, which also gives rise to Feynman's path integrals, supports everything Bob is saying perfectly. And not only that, but to support what Bob is saying as well, we know that Hochberg and Visser show it 1 out of 137 exactly. We know the Hochberg and Visser showed out of Los Alamos that all one needs to understand with regards to a traversable wormhole, or just a wormhole in general, is to understand just very simply the 0 point or the tip of the throat, because from there everything becomes fractal and scalable. So
Yeah, so full
And
disclosure,
just-
I just want to break down space-time. I mean, that's really just what I'm trying to do. So I think you guys are giving me how secret how.
Just a little ambition.
Well, welcome to the club, though. I'm pretty sure that's been Jeremiah's mission, who sadly is helping a friend move and couldn't join us tonight, but will be.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
find him
right.
soon. People have told me his name. We're coming for you, Jeremiah. I
The
make
thing is-
Sensitivity X is coming.
Jeremiah, on one of my streams, at the end of one of my streams from a way back, he actually showed off a coil that he built, where
Levitating.
he painstakingly did all the windings of the wraps. So like, you took the coils, wound the torus, and then wound all those wires with another winding, and then if you
Yeah,
go
oh, yeah.
another
So-
level,
Jeremiah actually made a machine to wind the bagel coil, the coil within the coil within the coil that
Yeah.
Bob talks about. This I actually made 10 years ago with my
Nice.
own hands, intuitively, the coil within the coil within the coil. And I've never actually fired energy into it because I'm like understanding what will actually happen, and that it needs to be in controlled circumstances and input and stuff
do
like
it
that.
live, dude.
I
We should definitely do that.
definitely will.
So how do we make it a
set
part
up
of the
so-
consolidator then?
Dude.
Go ahead.
In the more recent peer-reviewed mainstream journal published papers on what they call either hypertoroidals or supertoroidals in Russia and hypertoroidals in outside of Russia, they say that for these to work, you have to have each torus winding in the limit of the winding. And if you don't, it will not work. It also helps, although it's not necessary from the physical evidence to have mirrored, like at least even numbers. But it's not necessary because we see odd numbers as well. They just need to be perfectly placed if they're odd, right? In fact, they always need to be perfectly placed. The thing is about the winding is nature produces these things perfectly instantaneously. Whereas we are producing a very bad analog by having a single piece of wire, but it's the only choice we have. And then also, because of each level produces this phase singularity and produces coherent matter, you get a superconducting condensate. And so when the currents are set up, they don't stop. And they are constantly flowing at each fractal level in perfect toroids of toroids of toroids of toroids. And this just happens. And literally, Ken Shoulders exactly spelt it out. You just need charge separation. And then the most powerful thing he ever did was pass an EVO through a capillary. Now, there's Soviet research that was done in the 70s, which was released as a result of someone called Slobodan Stankovic, who showed something in 2019 that showed the same thing. They create it's called a plasmatron, and they have a microwave reactor producing plasma, and then they have a spark discharge which causes an explosion in there, and it passes through a polycarbonate capillary, and out comes these coherent matter traveling waves. And they studied it, and it's on the MFMP's YouTube channel. But these are the same things that we observe in Vega experiments. These are the same. So like, it's a very quick and dirty way to create the coherent matter traveling waves. And so, yeah, so it's a bit, we're getting to a point where it's very repeatable.
Jeremiah, we have your next experiment in challenge. I know. I can just see his eyes light up when he gets to this.
I want to be there.
Well, basically, that all that's doing is that capillary, both in the most energetic process ever observed by Ken Shoulders and these classic energetics research of the Soviet period, is you've got charge separation in the plasma, and then the explosion, and the same with Slobodan Stankovic when he was passing HHO through a graphite capillary tube. You're having shear. And because you can almost never go perfectly through a tube, right? You're always going at slightly an angle. You get multi-axis hydrodynamic shear. And this creates torus of tori that then lead to the coherence of matter. that then lead to the structure that is the core
Bob,
ball lightning.
you have a ton of really great slides and visuals. I don't know if you have access to all those because I know you're on
I don't, but
holiday
I can
right
tell you
now.
what I do have. This is Matsumoto's book. Sadly, he died earlier this year.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think one of the most important experiments he did, which was effectively a replication of what both Pons and Flieschman did in 1989, because this is actually submitted to American Nuclear Society's Journal of Fusion Technology on September the 21st, 1990. So this is pretty quickly after Pons and Flieschman in March 1989. He put a piece of palladium electrodes in heavy water with an electrolyte and produced heat or whatever. But when he cut the electrodes open, he found that along the crystal grain boundaries, he found that it was eaten away, and it starts off being eaten away as little spherical areas at regularly spaced distances, as you can see in these diagrams on the crystal grain boundaries, and it ultimately eats the crystal grain array. So matter literally disappears from inside the palladium electrode, and around this boundary you get new element synthesis, which tend to be the elements in the Earth's crust, right? So some matter is completely lost, and this is what happened in John Hutchison's experiments in 1979.
And also in my experiments that I have to send you samples of on all of my electrodes.
Hold up the cover again.
Exactly that.
Oh, yeah, here. So, steps to the discovery of electronuclear collapse. And what you've got here is a lead ball, and lead is 204, 206, 207, 208 nucleons. It's a sphere because it's inside this ball lightning structure. But out of the single pole, the topological monopole, you have a plume of carbon. And because carbon's only mostly 12, and it won't produce carbon-14 because it's radioactive, it doesn't produce radioactive material except for tritium. It obviously, you can get a lot of 12 nuclei out of the inside of a sphere of piece of lead. Okay? And this is a simple experiment, and this is currently being replicated by some people that work at Los Alamos. Okay, the book is making a difference now. He published 100 of his own copies, handed it around at conferences, and only the Russians paid attention. And it's the arrogance of the West.
$10, you can't beat that. $10.
Yeah, I'm buying it right now.
Yeah. I can tell you we make, I think, 35 cents on that. It used to be 2 cents, but the cost of printing has just come down again. But it was almost at a point that I would have to have raised the price. But it's worth every penny because it literally walks you through the process. He nearly got everything right, actually.
Guys, another good book is I read this one, Fire from Ice, with Eugene Malov on the history of cold fusion. Malov was an MIT physicist who was on the team working on this, and basically said that MIT fudged the replications that debunked cold fusion and have been used by the patent office.
Well, they actually changed the data because he saw the data with the excess heat, and they removed it, and he got a new copy, and they literally removed the data 2 days later, and then that's what they then had a party planned to say the end of cold fusion.
I've seen that happen so much. Yeah,
I warned Jeremiah about helping his friend move. Like that's exactly how Eugene Malov died. He was helping one of his friends move in the hood of Baltimore, Maryland, and they apparently got mugged on the street. And Malov was the kind of guy who was just not going to give it up, or just didn't want, and ended up getting stabbed by the robber. They never caught the guys. But
well, to be fair, it is Baltimore.
Yeah, I know, but it's
Seth Rich.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bob, I can't believe you're only making 35 cents on each one of those. This is the problem with science, guys. You're not greedy enough. This is why we can't get enough advanced.
You have to open source it. Otherwise, you'll either...
It's worse than that. We also make it free as a PDF download from remoteview.icu.
So I didn't even have to pay that $10 just now. Oh, man. Okay. I have a question for you guys as well, for Bob probably specifically. This Lockheed matter wave, do you think these coherent matter waves can create gravity then, or gravitation? He's not even here. Oh, there he is. Do you think that the Lockheed matter waves are creating a gravitational force, or what do you think their goal is? What do you think they're going to do with that?
So I'll use a phrase from the 2010 interview filmed by Nancy Lazarian with John Hutchison and Ken Shoulders. He says, "Gravity, I don't care about gravity. Give me propulsion any day. Propulsion works at any point in space. Gravity, they will produce propulsion. I suggest to you that they are also producing either gravity or anti-gravity waves, depending on the structure. But it's not important. They will wonderfully produce propulsion. There's several options for doing that. You can do mass rectification, because when you package material up into these structures, they can drop their mass to the mass of one electron. You can then accelerate them in even 240 volts, like a domestic socket here in Europe, to 1/10 the speed of light. And then you get them to hit a target. And as the containment breaks away, you actually get 1/10 of the speed of light of the previously mass and inertia shielded material hit the target, and it gives you a pulse, and you rinse and repeat. So this is one of the propulsion methods that was suggested by Ken Shoulders, just the mass rectification process. So like propulsion is far, far more valuable because it works when you don't have a gravitational body to act against.
So
if I could jump in very quickly to the matter wave patent there, these are just my personal interpretations, so I'm not claiming that this is correct or anything like that. But when I looked at the patent that you sent over, Ashton, it made me personally think of, especially when I was reading the description of it, it made me think of the Aronoff-Bohm effect. And when I think of the Aronoff-Bohm effect, when you look, for example, you notice that there's a phase shift that occurs. Now, if one can induce various phase shifts and then perhaps find a way, as Gertzenstein proposed, to turn a spin 1 photon into a spin 2 graviton, it makes me think that there may in fact be something there. Now, I know Gertzenstein's proposal was very controversial. I believe it was running an externally pulsed RF and photon field through a static B field, I think it was. Now, that's also an oversimplification, I believe, of the Gertzenstein proposal. But the idea is, particularly if you look at the image on the far left, this idea that you have these sort of pulse width modulated sort of oscillations that could in fact be amplified using the Aronoff-Bohm effect on a very, very minuscule level, perhaps even with superconductors. I think there's certainly something that could induce.
Well, Dave, it specifically relies on the Aronoff-Bohm effect to create superconducting fluid condensates out of even fermions like electrons.
Right.
And there's two key aspects to this paper. In terms of propulsion, which was your question, it literally says the coherent matter wave can be used as a means of propulsion. So that's one, right? So that is one of the applications. And as I say, forget about anti-gravity. It's irrelevant when you've got propulsion, right? Because it works everywhere. It's much more important to have propulsion over anti-gravity. And then secondly, look at the structure in figure 3. That is the structure of the kind of structure you get, for instance, on the inside of the thunderstorm generator, these hexagonal and pentagonal structures. So if you look at the ball-like structure of a subunit of the coherent matter, okay? And so if you go, Jeremy, if you can wind on to, I think it's figure 3, the figure that's the front figure. Yes, that one. No, figure 3, the one that's labeled figure 3, not the third figure in the patent.
This one with this formation. This thing has a name, right?
The one that's labeled figure 3, that one. Yes. So that is the coherent matter structure, and that is, you get these balls, and they are obviously buckyball-like structures. And in fact, what was defined by Solin in his 1992 patent, bearing in mind this coherent nuclear reactor is in 1992, and they didn't make a Bose-Einstein condensate until 1996 or 1997, right, officially, anywhere on planet Earth. He was literally calling it a coherent nuclear reactor. He says that it produces spheres and tubes. And if you can imagine, a tube is effectively just like a carbon nanotube, and a sphere is a carbon nanotube. A tic-tac is like a carbon nanotube with two halves of a buckyball. This is exactly what it is. And in those structures, it has a Maxwellian, like 1864, vortex, an anti-vortex structure that's built on those structures. And on the Henk-Uren-Vega Valley, we literally see on the boundary exactly the structure that was predicted by Maxwell in, I think, 1864, being both in terms of spin polarization on the copper oxide, where you shine normal light on it and you have these hexagons which are either green or red in a blotch pattern, or in physical cones that have the golden triangle ratio pointing into the center of these vortices on the boundary of the tubes, which are a superconducting magnetic fluid of electrons. And that's what Ken Shoulders said that these things produce, which is fluidized electrons. And for fluidized electrons to exist, they absolutely must be coherent, because you have to overcome the Pauli exclusion principle for them to occupy the same space-time and to become a fluid. And so, yeah, this is consistent. And in fact, they do not give credit to Shoulders, which I think is a little bit rude, because the way they produce the initial emission of electron solitons is exactly the method that is described by Ken Shoulders. But to give them their ability to do this, I would argue that Ken Shoulders never gave credit to the 1930 something proposal by Tesla for his electrical particles of matter generator, where he had either a tungsten filament or a mercury, which would produce a Taylor cone in the electric field, produce a soliton of electrons, and that goes through an open-ended vacuum tubes. They use dry steam to produce a vacuum, and then what you have is the electron soliton traveling through the water, was exactly what Ken Shoulders found was the best way to create the most powerful exotic vacuum objects. And so, this has a long history. So Ken Shoulders did not, and neither did Bostic. Bostic was clearly replicating what some things that Tesla did and never gave him credit. So, it's fair. What comes around goes around. Ken Shoulders and Bostic never gave credit to Tesla, so then maybe they're justified Lockheed Martin. But they want to have a patent here, and they don't want to reveal that this was already known in the 1930s, right?
Yeah, I think Ken Shoulders at Lockheed Martin, you're doing Ken Shoulders dirty here. I mean, everybody steals everybody else's work, but not everybody's a multi-billion-dollar third-party contractor to the Department of Defense. So come on, they can throw one more credit in there for Ken Shoulders. Let's be real.
They could do.
Quite another question, a side note on that. So let's say, okay, we can make propulsion. I'm 100% all in on coherent matter wave beam, allowing to create propulsion. I love the idea that you don't try to negate mass, or force or gravity, you just make your own, right? And that way you don't have to even worry about trying to negate it. But how do you control it, right? Like if we go to the rubber band example, like do you use quantum entanglement to control where you end up going? Because it feels like this is kind of like getting on a surfboard, but you don't know how to surf, right?
So there's a whole group of Russians, and I did this atomic transmutations on, on nuclear matter threads or atomic transmutation. Anyway, it's a whole group of Russians that come together and they actually, I think, worked on some of the understanding of Matsumoto, but they showed that somehow these structures interact with neutrinos, and it produces what they called a neutrino rocket. And what they're saying is the nuclear reaction that is initiated by the background neutrinos or relic neutrinos causes a nuclear transmutation, and the spin is imparted onto the neutrinos, which do have a non-zero mass, and they are ejected out of the back. And I need to do a whole video on this to show in our Vega experiments how you have this spin wave that travels in front. But I believe that is the toroidal moment that's sucking in a flux of relic neutrinos, causing other similar non-radiating structures to interact with this, effectively the high frequency gravity wave, which then causes it to orbit around in the forward direction. Now, why is this important? Because the faster you go, the faster you can go with this technology. Because the feedstock is a little bit of nuclear matter that transmutes at a very, very low rate. But most of the yield and most of the propulsion comes from the pulling in and then acceleration, transfer of directional and spin out of the back of this fractal toroidal structure. So as you go faster forward, you are getting a higher density flux of the material that does the work, so you can go faster forward. And because it changes epsilon zero in the front, it actually lowers the resistance to it moving forward into the medium, whatever the medium is, regardless of what you think it is. It doesn't actually matter. It lowers the ability of charge to represent itself and repel. And if you look at the interview between Eric Weinstein and Hal Puthoff from February last year, Eric Weinstein goes to a lot of trouble to use the Penrose diagram, which I've been using in my presentations before that, to show the phase singularity, and that this is how you create the Aharonov bomb effect, which automatically occurs from fractal toroidal structures. And he says that this is the only thing in physics from 1954 that allows you to get around the restrictions on the speed of light, because it changes epsilon 0. And that is when Hal Puthoff gets a little bit nervous and he tries to divert the question. He says, and yes, you could. We can go even further than that. There are all types of complex toroidal geometries that which I've got 2 patents on, and I'm setting up a company for communications. And that's when I found his 1993 patent on creating a toroidal moment structure for non-dissipative, instantaneous communication, which can be encoded in so many ways.
So follow-up question real quick on that too. So then how do you are you limited directionally on where you would go with something like that? How do you stop in that kind of system?
It's extremely directional. You would break the stimulation of the confinement. So, and you would break it down. So what these structures need to operate is electrons. They love electrons. They live on electrons. And I'm quoting Ken Shoulders here. They need electrons. If you don't give them enough electrons, they will cohere the electrons they do have down into this coherent matter state, and they will fall off into a black state where they do not express any charge, and therefore they can't. Because they're not expressing charge and they're not going around in this superconducting loops at a fractal toroidal level, they can't express the toroidal moment, in which case they can't interact with the toroidal moment of the relic neutrino condensate. So you get to a scenario where it either shuts down because you don't feed it electrons, right? Or you can excite it and then maybe destabilize it. I wouldn't recommend that. I think actually what you dangerous. Need to do, you need to do this in a pulsed fashion. You need to do this in a pulsed fashion, because if you overdrive it, you might end up with the fractal toroidal structure. Its non-radiating boundary exceeds the boundary of the craft, but that actual non-radiating boundary, it has a zone where it literally destroys all matter. That's what's eating the spheres out of here. That you don't want to be on that boundary.
That's like if you have the Corvette and like you don't just step on the gas and go to 100 miles an hour right away. You got to pulse it a little bit, feel it out a little bit, right? See how much propulsion you're going to get.
Yeah, but also like if you wanted to travel through water, or you wanted to travel through a star or whatever, you would want the boundary to be fully spun up, because any matter interacting with that instantaneously collapses and its energy becomes part of the Borg, right? Here you've got to think of it like this. When you have a superconducting material, like if you have one electron and you feed it a packet of any bosonic energy, let's say a sound wave or a photon or even a bosonic nuclide or whatever, it will impart some of its energy to that electron, and depending on the dynamics, it can increase its kinetic energy vastly. If you have a Borg of trillions and trillions and trillions, like Googleplexes, like absurd numbers of electrons, all acting as one wave function, when the energy comes in, it has to dissipate through that entire structure instantaneously. So it's literally a Star Trek shield, but it's also a shield that will literally consume anything instantaneously.
But it also causes your shield to break down, right? If you were to hit something though, right? Like isn't your shield, let's call it your wave that you're riding, isn't going to kind of break down and collapse to pull you out of whatever propulsion you're doing, or how would that work?
So the way that Tesla found that he could interact with the neutral version of these clusters, partially because of material in your body. It partially interacts, but we're not when it's in this spun up state that it can destroy all forms of matter. And then he had this silver activated zinc sulfide phosphor, like on a Crookes tube, and he could do these live X-rays on it, even through a brick wall, right? And we're actually in the process of replicating this in Canada at the moment, but we're so scared because the Geiger counters we have, they literally go completely off scale even when we're outside the building. We don't know what type of radiation it is, but we do know that these structures, they go into scintillation photo sites and they emit a lot of electrons, and so it could be a fake signal, but at the moment it's topping out even at 2. The detector goes up to 3 mega electron volts, and we've just literally got a spike at 3 mega electron volts, and the whole thing is flooded. Like,
and you're saying this is outside the building, right? Not
he's going a long distance away. He's going behind different types of shields. So we're actually trying to build these Russian-derived shields for shielding against this type of radiation. So that what silver is the beauty of silver is it's solid state and it has the highest conductivity, which means it has the highest sea of electrons on its surface, which means the black state EVOs, when they hit it, it feeds them electrons and they go into the white state. Then they get trapped in the photo sites and they dissipate their energy over a period of time. So does that answer your question or not? I don't know. Maybe we lost the thread there.
Just so many things you've described I've produced in my electrolysis experiment. So I'm just going to back out for a few minutes and set up a bunch of example specimens of what I've produced. We can do a little show and tell, and then anything that interests you at the end of the show, we can finally package them up and send them away. And shout out to Joshua Bertrand. I showed some of the aluminum stuff that I guess turns out to be this aluminum aerogel that I've produced, and I'll try to show some of the zinc and as well as silver.
Well, aluminium goes to aluminium hydroxide often,
well
but if you have it in electrolysis, it'll also go to silicon.
Yeah, I've got like 8 or 9 different forms of each metal that it turns into. So, and then the electrodes that you might be even more interested in dissecting and taking looks at. And I've seen a lot of what looks almost identical effects of the metal of like some of the Hutchinson reactions on my own anodes. And then on the cathode side, it's the layers, the nano coatings that it builds of the different crystal lattice layers that quite fascinating stuff we'll get.
Well, of course, you've got the particles can be moved one side to the other side depending on the charge. Yeah, you see this structure here, which I've been sent a number of times, this UFO material artifacts. We've seen literally exactly this type of structure coming out of a spherical hole that was eaten inside a lion reactor. So the lion was he lived in Kenya and stuff, and he spoke Latin and Swahili and stuff. So he called everything lion. But anyway, that's the why he called it lion. But this guy called Neil Crichton Gold, who died earlier this year. But in one of his reactors, we observed in the diamond, in the core, a spherical section cut out. And in the pole of where the monopole goes in, we have a structure that looks exactly like the thing that you just showed there. Right. And I think what it was, there was this thing in the sky and something fell out of the sky, and it was this UFO metal artifact. Someone sent it to me before, but it's exactly this type of shape.
This is a 1952 Denmark case. So there's a big wave in 52 and another there's a big wave in 47 and another big wave in 52. And this one was actually dropped a glowing heart ingot of this metal, which was then recovered by Navy personnel. And
I would suggest that this was probably iron or titanium or nickel or one of these kind of elements in there, probably.
So are you thinking, Bob,
you guys describe this? I can't help but wonder if this is also sounding identical to what Walter Bosley describes that he witnessed fall out of the UFO that he witnessed, and his whole encounter, I believe, from the 90s or early 2000s. It is. I'll have to bring that up the next time, but he talks about seeing something like this molten liquid thing come out of it and then fall to the ground and then like solidify as it like went down or something. So
yeah, do you guys think that's like the byproduct of this type of propulsion, or do you think that is something that's required in order to achieve like, a macroscopic phase conjugation state where like the outside is impacted but the inside isn't?
So there's two things here. The first example, I believe, is from the topological monopole that it gets spat out, and it could be that it's just that may not have been a technologically produced device. It might have just been produced by nature, and it's a ball lightning, and out of the bottom of this large ball lightning, that conical type synthesized structure has fallen. Okay, the other one with the magnesium bismuth alloy. Obviously, bismuth is the most diamagnetic material that exists, okay, it is a natural element in its natural form. And so one could imagine that if you had an extremely intense magnetic field, on either side of that, it's going to push or pull against it. So it's the natural choice for you to try and make a skin of a flying vehicle that was based on this base technology, okay? Now, magnesium itself... and I think there's a difference in the isotope here, which might be because, like, for instance, one of the key things that you get synthesized out of fusion of 2 carbon is magnesium-24. Okay, I don't know. I think there was some discussion about the difference in elements in there, but magnesium was one of the 3 elements of choice by Tesla to create etheric matter rays. Okay, it was either beryllium, magnesium, or aluminium. Those were the 3 options for producing clean etheric matter rays. It's much easier with hydrogen, but for a lot of, it wasn't easy to work with hydrogen in the way that you could fire a unidirectional high frequency, high power discharge into a metal sample. You can't really see the action when you're firing into a gas quite so easily. So it might be that the layers are synthesized, or they are produced as a matter of the flying process, because bismuth is actually the end. Actually, it's technically unstable, actually, but because it's an alpha decay, I think it's not affected by this technology. So when you do Lernge nuclear reactions, so if you take the work of S.V. Adamenko, in almost every experiment you produce lead. Why do you produce lead? Well, because the technology does not like to produce radioactive materials, and if it does, it almost instantly causes them to decay back to the most stable element that is non-radioactivity, which is lead. The question about bismuth is it's just a proton on from lead. So it might be that as a process of running this experiment, depending on whether you're spun up to flight levels or you're spun up to just like normal gravity reduction levels, you may have layers produced of different elements. And so the carbon gets synthesized by a proton and oxygen, forming oxygen-17, and 2 oxygen-17s fuse to making carbon and how do you put it, neon-22. And then when you spin it up again, you get the carbon, like basically the 2 carbons coming together makes magnesium-24. So it could be, as you spin up and down the Crafts operation, you end up with these alternate layers of the heaviest element that is not a beta isotope, that is synthesized from the stupidly spun up, can go and do funky, what looks like anti-gravity work. And when it's spun down, it actually leaves a thin deposit of magnesium or whatever else it is in there.
Are you saying these are like bugs splatted into the windshield, just like,
No,
building up?
it's like if you go to a thermal spa, let's say in Japan, and you see these layers of mineral deposits, and it depends on the temperature of the time of year, the volcanic activity, and so on. And what you're doing is you're going through a process of switching on a device, switching it off, switching on a device, switching it off. And in those processes, it's like, I don't know.
That's interesting.
It's actually it's not made like that by human hands.
Yeah.
It's made by the process that creates the so-called anti-gravity, but I would prefer to use propulsion.
Nature itself.
Technology. Yeah, it's a nature-made, natural process, nature-made product, and it probably isn't important. Like the inner skin might be a different material, and it doesn't matter that these bits fall off periodically.
Yeah,
it's kind of like sloughing on the bottom of a container ship. You have to clean off the rubbish, and it flies a little bit better, but it will still fly with it on there, and periodically bits fall off.
So it's basically just waste product, right? And it's just like, okay, well, maybe they shed your skin and
material as a result of the process that allows for the funky business.
Interesting. Oh, I wonder if that's like, if you go through a certain medium, if that builds up, or if that is.
It would be through air and water, particularly water. Because in water you've got the proton and the hydrogen. So this work that we've done the final revision, and it's for Nature Scientific Reports with the Taipei Energy Department of the top university in Taipei. We found that using water cavitation, it produces oxygen-17, and that's been proven by 3 different methods using the top gas analyzers for the Taiwan semiconductor industry, right? And that is antineutrino, electron, proton, and oxygen-16 fuses to make oxygen-17. And then the secondary product is oxygen-17 is highly paramagnetic. It goes into the fractal toroidal cluster, which is produced by cavitation vortices. And that then fuses two oxygen-17 to produce the carbon and produce the neon-22. The neon-22 is diamagnetic, so it leaves. The carbon-20 is diamagnetic, but it can still be charged and go through the center of the phase singularity. And at that point, you can then get fusion to produce the magnesium and stuff. So I just, when I look at that thing, it's not a mystery. It's just a byproduct of the process for the propulsion technology.
That's pretty cool. I wonder if you could, if computers are strong enough where you could like map an object and determine exactly the size of the field you'd have to create in order to create a barrier like that.
Absolutely. These are quantized. I shared a paper, I think from 1992, I think, or whatever, where they were looking at plasmoids and the quantized level for producing the superconducting sphere. I think I shared that with you actually, Ashton. And it actually produced these, in their very crummy diagram, they showed the spin vortices that get produced on the superconducting condensate on the non-radiating boundary. And these look like they're a real thing from our experiments. They're how they interact with actual matter. And so, but they have specific sizes. I've got this bugbear in my head that the Frank Polifka Windhex device we're trying to replicate at the moment. We tried to make a miniaturized version, but the problem is if we don't have it exactly the right quantization level, it will never work. It'll have everything that you think is going to make it work, but it's like we are a manifestation of this technology in this gravity and flux of relic neutrino in this part of the universe, right? So like our gravity defines our expression of the program that runs the universe. And it will only work in several quantization levels at a particular point in the universe. But it will be the same program, and there'll just be a different metric that you put in to define what it is under certain gravitational scenarios.
What's the name of the Windhex guy that I want
Frank
to look
Polifka.
up? Frank,
Yeah.
How do you spell the last name?
Polifka.
Bob, have you seen these aerogels that have been making
I'm
the
not
rounds?
I met a guy from Serbia who runs a hardware store around the side from me, and he fled from Serbia. The US government were dropping aerogels all over Serbia and stuff, and the kids were picking them up and what the hell is this, right?
What were they using it for? What was the point?
I have no idea.
The aerogels are cool.
No one actually knows why. So there might be something there. I actually want to do a video of him just going over the experience. They literally, no one knew. It was all over the press and whatever. It was never in the international media, but they were dropping these incredibly light, but they don't know what it was coming from. I mean, it wasn't directly killing anyone.
They seem like they're basically metamaterials, right? I mean, you're messing around with the structures and substructures of the things. I mean, we were watching them, how they make them is incredible. I was watching a video one earlier today of one just floating when light gets shined on it, strong photons.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a metamaterial in the sense that it gets its properties of high heat resistance and also really lightweight from its structure.
Yeah.
Its structure.
I mean, the interesting thing you've got there is porous SiO2 there on the Westwood aerogel there. And of course, there's SiO2, if it's in its proper crystal form, is piezoelectric. And so it can produce a lot of interesting effects. So maybe it's involved. I don't know whether it needs to be involved. I mean, so there's things like perovskite, and perovskite naturally has toroidal moments in it, right? So and they're looking at that for toroidal moment metamaterial. Yeah. So if you look at some of the more recent peer-reviewed literature on toroidal moments, they are looking at perovskite as one path to doing certain applications for things like communication and data storage technology. Okay.
Natural proton conductors as well.
Well, there's that, yeah. So like you've got two things going on which are good for this whole sort of process. They were looked at for actually so Binger and Huang, who I'm co-authoring this paper with, he actually invented the first high-powered LED, right? And they've been running for 17 years in all these buildings in Taiwan, and 60% of them apparently are still running, right? These are the very first high-powered LEDs, right? And he says that I actually went to a solar technology sort of dinner after a conference that they had there. And they were saying that they used looking at perovskite because it has a much greater ability to change frequencies and capture much more light from photonic radiation from the sun. and you get a much, much higher yield. The problem is when you produce thin films of perovskite material, it's so incredibly prohibitive for use in solar panels. But that wouldn't stop if it has a use in the aerospace and military field. The cost wouldn't be an issue. The kind of cost that you're trying to get to for a consumer to run their energy, that's not an issue for the world of the military industrial complex.
Yeah, I think the interesting part for me,
me.
yeah, it's interesting for me is just the material science aspect of it, right? This is like a pretty advanced material science requirement. And when we go back to that other metamaterial we're looking at before of the magnesium, bismuth, zinc composite, right? It makes me think that like that's being produced almost at like the atomic layer or thin sheets of the different metals on top of one another. That's what really impresses me, because I think that in order to achieve what we're trying to achieve from scientific perspective, breaking the fabric of space-time, you really have to have really extremely efficient material science, in my opinion.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. And the reason is because ball lightning just gets formed in natural, and we are able to produce it at will incredibly easily, and we're just using hydrogen and electric fields.
You got any video? Can you show some videos of the ball lightnings?
Yeah, so like if you go to my ICCF 25 presentation, there is one of the late slides in that. We have a copper tube and we have the toroidal thing with the umbilical cord coming out. Now, the reason you can see the toroid is that the Sony Alpha that I'm using to look at that with, actually, that's not. That's actually with a normal iPhone, like high-end iPhone, but it's changing its exposure, so you can see through the sphere of the non-radiating boundary. You can actually see the condensing electrons toroid inside. Okay, so if you sorry, it's a bit crazy. I had to summarize 11 years of research in 20 minutes.
No,
keep going on.
I've seen you go over a lot of this.
No, towards the end.
So real quick, one thing about it I would say is that it's the production problem I have no issue with. But the issue I would have is like, you need control in addition to production, right? Producing the gravitational wave is great, but I don't want to end up inside the structure of it when I come out the other side, right? Like I want to know where I'm going.
In the north part of the Vesica Pisces, you are safe. I think it's like still quite calm area. And if you look, so I worked out that it's 48 from the 48 divisions on the Hutchison sample. Okay, you're looking for a tube with a little plasma toroid coming out of it with a little umbilical cord feeding it. It's a little bit further on than that, because I'm talking about how it works, and then I'm talking about the practical applications afterwards. So bit further.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I got to take off because I travel tomorrow, but I just want to say very quickly, because I think this is the first time that I've conversed with Bob in particular. Bob, this has been absolutely fantastic, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come on, because what you've been presenting so far is absolutely incredible. And I want to thank as well Jeremy, brother, for inviting me, and of course, great Ashton to see you here, and BurnEye as well.
Pleasure, Dave.
Shame
it's been fun, Dave.
So early, man. The party's just getting started. So
I know I got to get up early to catch a long flight tomorrow, or else I'd stay.
Dave always comes in early, like makes solid points, puts it out, and thank you for joining. We'll see you when you can come again. And
100%. The other thing too, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Jeremy, but I'd love to have at some point an open discussion back and forth with Mr. Desiato, if you'd be interested, with regards to the matter wave phase shifts that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. And even Bob, if you'd like to jump in, I was trying to lead up to a particular interpretation of the phase shift of the potentials in the system there, but
it's right there on the slide that Jeremy's showing. Afanasev and Dubovik discovered in his thesis in 1965, published in 1967, the toroidal moment. And he's talking, this is at Joint Institute for Nuclear Research, and this was some remarkable charge current configurations. I recommend everyone reads that. But the image that I've chosen there for that figure 13 is literally showing that these complex toroidal electrodynamic structures produce the Aharonov bomb effect in the center. It's already, all the maths has been done. I think this is from 1992 as well. All of it's been done. It was all done by the Soviet energetics research, and the Americans probably found the same thing, but it was named differently. But they didn't have a proper understanding of it.
Right.
Dave, it's not over, man. This is just beginning. We're trailblazers in this field.
Right.
It's great to have an ally like you in this fight. So
Oh,
thank
thank
for
you.
doing
No,
that.
it's great to have allies like you guys. I hope you guys go for at least another couple hours because
We definitely will.
I'm going to get to flight.
Exactly. Even if you guys have to go, we'll keep the discussion going. And thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's been a pleasure to be able to interact with you as well today.
Thank you so much.
Dave and Bob together on another APEC very soon. So we'll have to contact him and get that going because get a full roster up. Also have Sal on there and a couple more, right? So be good. And finally, Jeremiah.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Cheers.
Later. Bob, I don't know if we can switch gears now that Dave's out of the equation.
Hold on, do you want to go just back a little bit?
Let's.
You can show the structure. You're almost at the right place. Just go back a little. No, there. That's it. So if you go and download the presentation, when you don't have it underexposed, you see the full sphere ball from the edge of that tube. But with this massively underexposed, you see the internal torus and the tube that feeds it, the electrons from the copper oxide in the inside from photoelectric effect.
Okay.
And every so often you see a little flash in that video, and that is it launching and going into the anode and leaving these toroid of toroid impact marks on the anode sheath. So we know what the internal structure is from the impact marks. We know it is this torus of torus structure. We know that it has this non-radiating boundary, but it's not fully spun up. And what I think it is it gets to a point where it gets so spun up that it literally chops its own umbilical cord and launches into the anode.
And it's just amazing.
And it's directional.
You have this here.
Yes.
In a 1979 NASA paper talking about UFO and stuff. It's just amazing how long they've known a lot of this stuff for.
It's criminal.
Yeah, we've been teleporting stuff for like 30 years.
Eric W. Davis, 2003 published ball lightning study when he was commissioned by the US Air Force in October 2001 to find out anyone in the world that knew anything about ball lightning or related technology. He comes back with two principal things. One, the work that was born out of the study of John Hutchison's material, the Ken Shoulders exotic vacuum objects. That's one way forward to understand ball lightning. And the other one is the US Air Force classified under the clause of space and aerospace, a ball lightning study. Sorry, to understand ball lightning, the space and aerospace classified work that was done by the US Air Force in the 1950s and 1960s, which they still don't mention anything about in that ball lightning study by Eric W. Davis of Warp Drive Metrics. You can go and look at it. It's on the Black Vault, Warp Drive Metrics. Eric Davis ball lightning study. I think is Jeremy frozen.
No, I'm just deep. I'm deep in thought about all this. And I wish that you had like more links to this stuff because I'm watching.
You can find it. Just go to Ball Lightning Study, Eric W. Davis.
I'm watching a video of a projector. You know, I want to find the original video and watch this. And
you can download the presentation off remoteview.icu. You can physically get the actual PPT with the video embedded.
Man,
here the slides here.
Yes, slides downloaded from there.
Boom, awesome. You're. This is what I was looking for. This is great. Okay,
download presentation.
Let's get the presentation slide.
Taurus and a Taurus.
You want to look at it in PowerPoint rather than in Google.
Awesome. Michael Perrone will be joining us in about a half hour.
Awesome.
Download anyway, I guess.
Yeah. It's not. I haven't put any bugs in there. I don't do that. I'm not playing games with people. It is what I presented.
Maybe
why is my computer mining crypto?
It's all an evil plan to get a few extra cryptocurrency.
I gotta go to an app store. Hold up, it's opening this application. Hold up, it's doing it.
Well, it's PowerPoint. So,
side note, who do you guys think could produce an engine strong enough to power like an accelerator? Do you think Boeing or Rolls-Royce might do that? We have to talk to.
NASA
make a
have
particle
already done a
accelerator.
study, and you can see it, you can find it on using plasmoids, which are these things, and firing them out of the back of a plasmoid generator for propulsion for space use.
Perovskite. All right. I have to find
I
this.
don't like NASA though, man.
No, we're not going to do that.
I want to make my own particle accelerator and shoot it at BurnEye's multiple layered deep dimensional toroid, or however we refer to it scientifically.
Yeah.
There he is.
There he is.
Scientifically, it is the bagel coil.
Bagel coil. I want to shoot a particle accelerator, a bagel coil, and see if we can break the fabric of space-time. I'm starting to believe.
Or we contact
guys.
Bob Lazar that supposedly has a particle accelerator in his yard that he made, and then use that to do it. And there you go. There's the perfect ratio one.
There's your fractal phantom toroid. And
so when we're talking about the 48 divisions, go to the first slide.
Here's a piece of metal from Hutchison.
Yeah, so there's 4 quantization levels there, and I'm only referring to 3, and each one is the substructure of the level above. Go to the top slide, the opening slide, the first slide, that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I gave a presentation in 2016 in Constigliani di Asti in Italy to the Condensed Matter Nuclear Science Group. And I used a different part of this structure, this stele, rather. It's 2,800 years old or something, right? And it was the Maltese cross that was around the neck of the Syrian god. Why did I use that? It's because that was in the center of the shield of the Order of Electrical Engineers from the 1880s in the UK. And I thought, why did they choose that? And I went and found out that the Maltese cross is the symbol of God-controlled power. And I thought that was appropriate to put on the cover side. That was the first non-scientific physical evidence that I'd used in any presentation. Now, when I discovered this structure on the John Hutchison sample from 2017, if you go down, I realized it was 48 divisions. And then in the back of my head, I thought, oh my God, that kind of disky thing that's at the top of that stele also had something that looked visually about that. It has 23 and there's one broken off. But if you did a full circle, it would be 48. Okay. And then I thought, well, what the hell is this structure then? So I went onto the British Museum's website to find out what it was, because it's in the British Museum. And I went there to take this beautiful picture. And at the time, it's been slightly changed since. It described this disc here as the flying disc of the sky gods.
Cool.
Then I thought, hold on a minute. It looks about the right kind of divisions as the alien reproduction vehicle, so-called. It has 48 capacitor arrays. And what I didn't know until we started modeling these in 3D is that you can maybe fit up to 51, but to have the fields with their double layer not interact, 48 is the maximum. And it produces the maximum stability. The gravity waves are trapped inside, according to the concepts of the other guy that I talk. I have a video of him in this presentation talking later, called John Archibald Wheeler. So, and basically where you look whether the toroid of the toroid fits on the rake angle of the ARV, the safe zone where the people will sit is within the safe zone of the Vesica Pisces. And it's the only place you can have a biological entity. And you also can't have the biological entity in the center, because that is where the flux of neutrino waves go through, and that would cause decay of your carbon-14 in your body to nitrogen-14. It would smash up your DNA. And it's a very sweet spot. If you move slightly out of that safe zone in the ARV, basically your matter would just go. And so there was some guy at a Tesla conference after I said this some time ago, and he says he was brought in because he was a Tesla coil winding generator expert. And he said they were brought in because some of the field generators that they used on the ARVs were failing, and they would end up with the passengers turned to mush because the central point that goes through is not balanced. And the way you operate it is very, very simple, and it matches exactly the control method that's described. on each of the 48 capacitor banks, I think you've got 8 individual capacitor plates. And by changing the phase angle on those, you shift the toroidal moment so you vector in different directions. It's incredibly simple. It completely lines up with what the ancients called the flying disc of the sky gods.
So it's like a steering wheel. Then is that what you're saying? Is that we can figure out how to?
You've got a phase relationship, and that changes your phase singularity and the flux of the gravity wave through the core of the center, as described by John Archibald Wheeler in the phrase that the section I have in this presentation of him talking.
Yeah, can you leave that back? Go back one, Jeremy, to that. So where's the safe zone? It's not in the middle. You said
no.
So
The safe zone is like where you've got the arrow on the basic paper from Geverblis. In his 1995 paper, it's kind of a roundabout where the two loops meet on the top and the arrow comes out. That's basically the safe zone. And the ARV has its rake angle such that it's able to influence the phase relationship on the substructures of the 48 substructures. It's really rather trivial. I said to a particular person who knows John Hutchison very well recently, I think we know how to build a replica of the ARV, and so, you know, and anyone following the work will know implicitly that this is just fairly trivial, and because it creates this separate space-time bubble, you can go in multi-mediums. It doesn't matter whether you're underwater, in the air, or in space. It will travel essentially just as fast. Because in local space-time, you have basically the same flux of relic neutrinos, on this boundary, it doesn't matter what you're interacting with. It just goes through it. It's not important, and so you don't. You kind of need to, if you look at the ARV, it basically has a diving bell with standard air seals. And so all you need is oxygen, but you don't need anything to go through the atmosphere, because the spun up structure, when these structures will spin up, they will go through, like, you won't see it, then it'll go low frequency red, and then it will go through greens and yellows and blues, and then it'll go to UV, and then it'll disappear. Like, so that's how these things will appear as they're spinning up the non-radiating boundary.
Interesting. Yeah, so I mean, it seems like it's really just all about geometry.
Those chairs are, according to the sacred geometry. It's not approximate. It's exactly there. And that is the only option in this structure. Now, you will have some problems possibly with experiencing time and consciousness. And so the way you get around that is to generate your own relic neutrinos, so you have a local consciousness. It's like having an offline hard drive storing your data. You're not affected. You're not connected to the whole conscious field. But it could very well be for you in that space-time, once you've used up the ether in that local space-time, you start to lose conscious, and you literally not only lose perception of time, everything freezes. So when you see in your so-called disappearing plane thing, let's assume that happened.
Okay.
What it does is, because what is time? It's the relative change of things. What causes a chemical reaction? Well, it's an interaction between electrons, between something being oxidized and not yet oxidized. Well, if you change the way an electron can behave, you stop the chemical reaction instantly, right? And that's exactly what happens inside this structure. So when you put this structure, as it's changing that epsilon zero, the ability of the electrons to do a chemical reaction stop. And that goes for a signal going in your brain, producing toroidal moments in your brain, and a signal that's causing your heart to move. But you don't die. Time just freezes.
I think Einstein would argue, though, we just have a different frame of reference at that point, right? Unless those systems
the time is progressing very, very slowly, and to you perceptively, it's not moving at all. So basically, it doesn't actually matter with this technology whether it takes you 10 trillion years to get to the other side of the universe, or you get there in 5 milliseconds, because for you have one blink of an eye and it's effectively you've teleported. The rest of the, Sol might have gone into a supernova by then, or a red giant. Doesn't matter. For you've literally done a blink of an eye. So it doesn't matter whether you're going fast or slow. The time will stop for you.
Yeah. The scary part, though, is there'd still be a time dilation effect on the outside, though, right? So you're going to show up in the future.
Normal time travels relative to the local time based on the gravitational flux of the relic neutrino condensate through the matter. So you basically, like, let's say if you were using this technology on Earth, you could go into this device and sit in there for 20 years and come out and you wouldn't be any older.
Yeah. But everybody you knew would be 20 years older. That's the downside.
So everyone
right?
you knew would have aged. They would have progressed through with time at 20 years.
So this is weird because it reminds me of the whole Nazi bell and it was called originally Project Kronos, I believe, which is time.
Oh, well, I didn't know that, but of course that's why you would. You could park
wow.
people in there; they could live forever. Effectively, they'd have the same normal lifetime.
So Hitler could be inside of a bell.
Is he still alive somewhere? Yeah.
Guys, we gotta go find Hitler or something.
I don't know. Is that verified or not? I don't know.
Jeez,
it's not like we had DNA testing back then, or maybe we did.
But it's crazy. You mentioned the perovskites. It says that one of the perovskites was barium titanate, which we know was written on the board in the 1950s by the Bunsen Labs experiments with Thomas Townsend Brown.
I didn't know that, but I rest my case.
So they were into this stuff back then. A number of people visited that lab and that archival footage, including Bryce and Cecil Dewitt, who were they were the team that ran the secret Chapel Hill anti-gravity conference for the government, where Richard Feynman attended under the pseudonym Mr. Smith.
Sorry, hold it, stop there. Magnetohydrodynamics, vortex, anti-vortex under the center with a flux going through the center. That's exactly the structure I've derived from physical experiment. Literally on that image that you see there, I've not seen before. What is that image?
That is...
We need to Google that.
What is that from? I think that's actually from Brown.
Oh, it's actually Thomas Townsend Brown's... Oh, I rest my
Thomas
case.
Townsend Brown.
I don't need to see anymore.
So...
Bob's ready to go deliberate. The jury's ready.
Yeah,
I think we're long past that.
It's real, we've decided.
Dean Rickles did a great history, and he also did an awesome interview with Lewis Witten, who worked on. He was part of another gravity group that was trying to researching all this amazing stuff. It goes into the whole history. He's of course the father of Ed Witten, who's one of the founders of string theory and a giant and considered a god feared by many, like including Eric Weinstein. Said there's one of the few people in physics that I fear, and that's Ed Witten. So yeah, Lewis Witten. Check out
this guy is the guy that did what you just showed on the other presentation or whatever it was you just had up.
Yeah. This is the guy that Dean Rickles. He was there behind the scenes and wrote this whole paper about the history of this conference, which was basically classified and not well talked about.
To me, we're chewing the fat over something that's obviously implicitly true. Right, and it should be obvious to anyone. I've just seen that image for the first time, and it's literally saying magnetohydrodynamics, and it's literally got exactly the vortex, antex, vortex with the flux loop thing going through the center. There you go. There, done.
That's
exactly what I show multiple times in my presentation.
Ballistic electrode, incandescent cathode, the circulator pump that circulates this ion plasma around this toroid.
You know what that is? It's charge separation with hydrodynamic shear or magnetohydrodynamic shear. Literally, I specifically say magnetohydrodynamic shear, right? And there you go. Everything is on that page. Who made that presentation? Is that you or what?
I put this presentation together. Right. I've shared this a lot on Twitter and other places. This is my summary of basically I put everything in here that I find that I link stuff together. I'm gonna actually try to butcher your presentation if you don't mind.
Oh well, it's free to use with credit, of course. But
this is great. Yeah, I'm going to definitely. I'm going to link back to the source. I'm very careful and good about that because it's always important. You just show people, I got this from legitimate scientists working on legitimate experiments.
There you go. Hold on. Go up to the slide above. The one that you just had.
Yeah.
That one. Magnetohydrodynamic vortex. There. That is it. That's what they've got their space shot based on.
Right. It's these geometries which
there's only one solution in the universe, and it's literally in your face.
Yeah, it is.
Like if you want the answer to how to do anti-gravity, or I would call it propulsion, it's in your face. Everyone has a perfect manifestation of this in their face.
Yeah. Okay. So this was great. Lewis Whitten, oral history. He was interviewed by Dean Rickles and Donald Salisbury. This is great. He reveals that Lewis Whitten says that he was recruited by Lockheed Martin all right. So this was
Of course.
This was Glenn L. Martin Company. This was back in the original
So I was
days.
Lockheed Martin, huh?
In
Every time.
1949, Whitten was hired by them to work on remote control drones. In 1940, like 47, 49. So like when Roswell was happening, this guy was working for Glenn Martin Company
Well,
on
Nikola Tesla himself had made remote control, like boats, submarines, all sorts of stuff.
He
Like
also
what?
said in his 1911 interview in the New York Sun newspaper, using the application of this principle, we will create a flying machine the world has never hitherto seen before, which will have no screw propellers or control surfaces, but will be able to carry any weight and fly in any weather at fantastic speeds.
Amazing.
That's in Sun, New York, 1911.
Damn.
Guys, if you just tuned in,
Over 100 years ago.
we're here with Bob Greenyer. He's from the Martin Flieschman Memorial Project on YouTube. I'm, of course, the alien scientist here on YouTube. We're here with BurnEye, the crypto alchemist, and, of course, Ashton Forbes. So if you just tuned in, this is the panel. We had Dave Rossi on here earlier with a number of other people that couldn't join. Unfortunately, we're trying to get John. We were trying to get John Hutchinson on here, but I don't know if this.
I just emailed him again, so we'll see. And I saw he just posted a couple of videos on his own channel, so I commented there. I was like, "Hey, Bob, check your email." So, or Bob,
Yeah,
John. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah.
Being here. And I'm just gonna run upstairs, get some boiling water to put some salt in, and then I'm actually gonna hook one of those triple coils into just a 5-volt electrolysis reaction. So we can see that, and that's what will be between Bert and Ernie there.
Yeah.
But well, just only 5 volts. I think we'll be fine that way. We won't destroy the world or open a chain reaction of.
Yeah, we don't want to open any vortexes to the interdimensional, portals before Christmas.
I want
to see
to play
BurnEye
out the movie.
disappear and appear like in our future, just as we're about to meet our maker. Then we know what happened.
Right.
Now, you can tell your kids that this is how Santa gets around to all those houses in a single night.
Oh, that's the plan.
So
must be teleporting.
That's it.
I just want to open the portal to the nether dimension and have the demons come out and then play out the movie The Mist in real life. Except for the end scene. I don't know if you guys seen that movie. It's really dark.
But you bring that up, though.
The
There's
game.
always the rumors of like the demons in the red, in this infrared, and then like the aura and like in the ultraviolet sort of thing. But then it's like the human visible light spectrum is literally infrared, from infrared to ultraviolet. And then you have like 97% of the rest of the EM wave out there, light wave out there. And then Jack Sarfati talking of the red-blue shift. Bob, can I get and him saying that had to do with warp and stuff? Do you have an opinion on the red-blue and what the red-blue shift is in regards to any of this, Bob? Or
so what I can say is, if you go to the 2018 Sochi presentation by the guy that leads the cold nuclear transmutation and ball lightning weekly meetings and semi-annual conferences, Zatalepin, he talks on the physics of rotational bodies or something. It's on the MFMP's website. So if you type in rotational bodies and Zatalepin, it shows that in both natural ball lightning and in artificially synthesized ball lightning, it's spinning so fast you get a red shift on one side and a blue shift on the other. Right,
just so like we saw in Ashton's videos there, right? And it was forming that yin yang. I think.
Okay.
Like
no,
that.
well, I mean, the structure that I see in is the same thing as the Aalto, Finland University spin orientation in the synthesis of a topological monopole, right? And so the difference you change, it's actually like a mushroom cap. And that is when the spin inversion occurs after the monopole in the center of the overall topological monopole. And if you did a slice through that, it would be the Finnish Ukonofsara, the Thor's hammer. And that's the bit that does the changing, in my view, of epsilon zero, the space-time dielectric metric. Okay, so that does the magic, and that's what you would always have at the front of the structure. And there's a gravitational beam that goes all the way through, because the relic neutrinos, they can be interacted with by gravity, and they, according to Bob McElrath of CERN Theory Group in 2010, they are the model of gravity that is supported by the standard model, right? So the relic neutrinos go through, but because they can be pulled through and anti-pulled through, depending on the spin, they can go through, whereas the ordinary matter and the baryonic matter and the electrons get trapped at the phase singularity. Okay, so that is where the core, magnetic core of the monopole is. And so this gravitational beam that goes through, on which they are traveling but also propelling themselves, when you're doing that, making the plane disappear, it doesn't matter which orientation they're in. Okay, if you listen very carefully to exactly what is said in this presentation by John Archibald Wheeler, it's only when you link their gravitational waves that they then pull together. And what that does, when you get the three orbs, and you need three because only three defines a plane, right? If you have two, you only define a line. And because you need the azimuth of the three to go precisely and perpendicularly through the center of the three, you have to have three, because then you can control
a fourth to do the volume to
I don't know about the fourth. It's not necessary. You create a macro cluster, and you use the same technology that you use to move the individual ones, to move the collective fractal that's on the level above that you've just synthesized. So what you would do is you would have phase conjugation beams, which is just 180 degrees out of phase electromagnetic waves, as per Tom Bearden, which I actually have that also in the presentation, Tom Bearden talking about that. So it's 180 degrees out of phase. You can look at his Oblivion book or his Third Lance book. He describes it very clearly. And then when you have the phase conjugation beams, let's say from your satellite or from your ground-based stations, you then cross those beams, and that causes scalar wave interferometry. And at the interferometry, you basically have a node that you can move around as fast as you can move around the two beams by orienting them from the satellite or ground-based stations. And because they are scalar waves, they can interact with the orbs, because only scalar and vector potentials can penetrate the outside, right, and interact with it. They can energize it and cause it to be on a node between the interferometry crossing point. Okay, and it's all clearly described in Tom Bearden's book. To me, it took like 5 or 6 years to understand what Tom Bearden was going on about, right? And he'd been writing this since the 1980s, right? But I only got the book, I think, when did I first get a Tom Bearden book? It was in mid-2017. Someone said, this sort of stuff looks a bit like what Tom Bearden's talking about. I go, who's Tom Bearden? So, yeah, so that's what you need. And then if you listen to what John Archibald Wheeler says, is you need to get those to, when you've got the azimuth going through the center of the body of the plane, and it's directly perpendicular to the plane that's described by the three TORs, you then need to arrange the TORs so the gravitational waves link up, and that will create a new gravitational vector through the center of the plane. That will pull the TORs in, which will increase the gravitational vector, which will pull the TORs in further, and it's literally like that. When you link those up, it's an inevitable level, and it will go to the next fractal level. And at the same point, it will switch off the chemical reactions. It'll switch off everything, because you're changing the way the electrons behave. And electrons are everything that causes oxidation, right?
I feel like
so you literally.
Just real quick on that. So the direction of travel, how are we? It feels like, are they being pulled backwards in this? Like, it almost looks like when you look at it, it's being pulled backwards. So you're creating that plane, right?
You would need to track the relative positions per frame of the video that's taking this. Now, I don't know. So, for instance, so I think some people criticized it because they said, oh, it looks like the outside of the plane has been cut and pasted in a few frames. But that's because they're not looking at P and B frames, which is ways of encoding video information from your iframes, right? Your keyframes. If this was pure iframe, you wouldn't see that. But when what a P and B frame is, they look at either the previous frame and look at things that change and only change the things that change, right? And I think the P frames do a predictive between the two and look forward to the next iframe, and estimate where it needs to change. So you need to understand video encoding to deal with some of the more how should we put this, less informed understanding of encoding information.
And I'm not
Now,
really concerned about the
shifting,
debunkers because they're not going to believe no matter
well,
what
I had
anyway,
a history
right?
of doing video editing and video encoding and trying
The
with
science part is the
very-
part I'm interested in, though. Because what you just described there, I have a quick side question before you move on to the next part, right? So first of all, I want to know: do you think the orbs are then attracted to one another? Because it seems like the first orb looks for it, and then the other ones are just sucking right onto it.
Listen what happened. Well, listen exactly what is said by John Archibald.
Yes, it's a perfect 120-degree triangle too.
Of course, it will be, because that's how you. If you look at some of the structures that we physically see in our experiments, they equidistantly space themselves out. There is a triangular hole in the Mars cavitation structure, with a sphere in each of the center where the corners are. Like, this is a vortex structure, but it's actually got a triangular hole cut into the steel, right? Mm-hmm. And we also have a triangular structure and a four structure and a 2 structure and a 5 structure and a 6 structure and an 8 structure. And they always equidistantly, because these structures, they repel each other and attract each other, right? So they're automatically self-organizing. So when you get one in there, it doesn't really know where to go, because it has to be complexly controlled. So the satellite will be tracking the plane, which is easy to do. This was invented a very long time ago. You know exactly its vector of travel. And then you bring in your structure, and you're basically seeking to get within the operating distance of the traveling device, right? Yes. And then what you need to do is bring in the next one. And when the next one comes in, they will start to influence each other. So you've got a little bit more complexity to work out. When you get the third, they basically snap into position, right, based on their field of attraction. And you can see this in our experiments when you see these things traveling through the plasma chamber. They don't influence each other at all. And in fact, there's one beautiful experiment we've got. If you go and look at extreme interactions, we have a discharge going through the chamber, and one structure comes out. It then goes anti the magnetic field, hits the cathode, which is the metal on the bottom. It then comes around the opposite direction, and as it's orbiting around the electric discharge, another one comes out, and it then starts orbiting around the original one. And then another one comes out, and you have 3 of them orbiting around their center of mass. Exactly what you see here. We've physically done an experiment before I ever saw this video, right? And these are these structures, okay? It's not in this presentation, Jeremy. It's in it's extreme interactions. You can go and find it on my blog. But anyway, sorry, you've muted yourself, Jeremy.
Sorry. In the presentation, though, you show 48, and this one is more simplified with like 2 or 3 or 4.
2 is the minimum, because you can't link a gravitational wave if you don't have one pointing in the other direction. So the first ability that you can make the next fractal up is to have 2, right? So if you go to the previous slide, you can see the top left example is one of these structures manifesting. And when you have 2 or 3, it produces a Paisley, which is a particular vortex ratio spiral that goes into the center. We see these in Hutchison samples as well. You see the 3-order structure there still actually has a Paisley. Okay, it has this vortex like quote mark, right?
Now,
in hole in the middle. Go back to the 4-order one. The 4-order one down there. Right now, on the left, you see the non-radiating boundary, the spherical structure in which there is no electromagnetic waves propagating. Now imagine that, and I've actually got it on my laptop right now, and it's going to be my next presentation. But if you can imagine that overall structure is the same as each of the 4 structures in the structure you see on the right, they would have their own non-radiating boundary. And what happens is if you go back to the previous slide, when you have 3, the non-radiating boundary does not interact with each other, so you still get the Paisley. But when you get 4, the swastika or the salvastika, depending on whether it's making or destroying, right? The destruction zone on the fractal overall top level goes inside the non-radiating boundary of the subtor. And so you end up with a freaking square hole. And that is the first one that you don't end up with this vortex structure going in. It's still got a vortex, but it's contained because one feeds the next one. But you do not need that level to implement this technology. You only need 3. And you need 3 because you can't work out the normal of a plane from two structures. You need 3. It's the minimum to be able to effectively deploy this technology, right?
So deploying the technology in those orbs, are those orbs physical craft
No.
or objects, or are they
No,
satellite
they're not.
projections?
No, they're not. They're just the same as ball lightning.
They're like ball lightning, EVOs.
Yeah, and they have a gravitational wave that travels through the center. And you look at John Archibald
project? Are those? Can you project those from
Yes.
like remotely?
You can generate them, you project them, and then you control them exactly as I've described, in my opinion, which is you produce scalar waves from phase conjugation of 180 degrees out of phase electromagnetic waves. And that can be a traveling of its waves. So you can push and pull it forward and back. But because it might want to skip off that beam line, you then have two or more crossing the beams. And the crossing of the beams allows you to have interferometry. And that allows you to precisely locate the core, and because it's scalar waves, it can penetrate into the toroidal moment structure.
That would tell me then that things are being released like pretty quickly. Then they're not stuff that's floating around and then they're locking in later on. Like these things.
You make it almost instantaneously. So if you look at one of the methods for injecting plasma into thermonuclear fusion reactors, it's called a plasmac, and a plasmac is in fact actually a similar structure to this. It's just not over energized to the point at which it reaches the non-radiating boundary structure. It's just it has a toroidal moment, and they inject the toroidal plasma in, and it's a way of putting the plasma in and adding plasma to a tokamak, for instance. Okay, so all these things were developed in the 50s. I mean, it's like. And you have to expect them to be pretty stupid not to have worked out how to do it since. I mean, they would have to be idiots with a big budget and not able to do anything competently.
After they made the first laser, and they made the second laser, the first thing they did is cross the beams and see what happens.
Well, of course, and you know what happens? You produce terahertz radiation in the beat frequency, and that was used in a cold fusion experiment that I saw in University of Missouri in an ICCF-18. By Dennis Letts and Dennis Cravens, because there's no real easy way to create terahertz waves, because they are the wave that is the phonon distance between matter. So if you want to get a de Broglie wave that actually allows scalar interaction with the nuclei, you need waves at this frequency. But they did it by having two slightly off frequency lasers to create a beat frequency between it. And it was actually proposed by a guy called Lowe in 1973 that you could use lasers to create coherent matter and fusion. So it's not a new idea.
So I'll have to get that. You have 20. You have some of the new ICCFs. That's the International Conference on Cold Fusion.
Yeah, I'm referring to ICCF 18.
I was
Dennis Letts and Dennis Cravens used the beat frequency between two lasers to stimulate fusion.
So people can go to coldfusionnow.org, and there's an archive on that site that has it doesn't have ICCF 21 or 22, but I'll try to get those.
You can go to lena-canna.org, and you can probably go there now. lena-canna.org. It's run by Jed Rothwell.
Canner.
CANR. CANR, N for Nelly, not Cabba. N for Nelly. Nelly the elephant went to town.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. All right. Oh, this is cool.
Right. So if you go into the enhanced by Google up the top right there of the page, and you type in ICCF 18, you might get the full.
I can't hear you right now. Sorry, I'm live and. Sorry, you want to jump on, you can. I was trying to, sorry, I didn't catch any of that because two people were talking at once. So
okay, go to the top right, enhanced by Google, and type in there ICCF 18. There, okay. Type in ICCF 18 -18. Well, that might work as well. They tend to put it, no, ICCF.
I know, I did an exclamation point.
And hopefully you'll find.
So you have everything on your website, huh?
This is not our website. This is
yours.
Jed Rothwell's.
Oh, sorry.
But we have scraped this whole database as well, so it's in our Lena database as well.
Awesome. Yeah, this is amazing stuff, and I'm glad that these conferences took place and they kept going. I went in 2014 to the one that they had at MIT, and I covered that one. I don't know if you've seen any of those lectures, but those are still up. I was able
Larry
to.
Forsley, there he is.
Yeah, he's the U.S. Navy Spaywar guy.
He's the guy that's forcing everyone to consider this as condensed. What do they call it? What they're trying to get everyone to think of it as a lattice confined fusion. This is so that
LENR, right?
No, they're trying to call it lattice confined fusion because in my view, this is my stated view, and I'm going to state it right here. It's difficult to discover that this is ball lightning, and then you don't get to all of the magic technologies.
It's all about the terminology, huh? Whatever you call it, right? I feel like a lot of scientists and academics care so much about the terminology.
Well, it's how they compartmentalize it and use the algorithms to control it, right?
These day and age, I think you have to know how the system works as well, just to even get information out.
Well, I'm sure they'll call all this pseudoscience, and I think there's a lot of pseudoscience that's mixed in with this too.
There's something like 70 different theories, and probably at least 69 of them are wrong.
Yeah,
all fun and games till you teleport a Coke bottle to the next room, and it gets real serious.
I mean, I like.
Although we're not advertising Coke, are we? Coke.
No, I mean, equal opportunity. Pepsi, you get a little shout out too.
And don't forget No Name Brand.
RC Cola, you got it.
Cola.
So who came up with that hydroton model of the? I think it was Edmund Storms came up with that. That if you take that chain,
actually, you know what happened? I was talking about a particular presentation about Ken Shoulders, Evos, and ball lightning, and the day after or 2 days after, Melvin Miles asked the MFMP, and I give permission to access the archive in one zip of Ken Shoulders' works. And within 8 hours, Edmund Storms had also requested for the archive of Ken Shoulders' work. And then about 9 months transpired, the US Navy representatives started publishing disinformation about EVOs are nothing more than Coulombic explosions, or they're nothing more than shape charges in ICCF 22 and 23. And I asked the US Navy to retract those. And then I would write a section of a book on cold fusion for the person that's writing the book on cold fusion, if he got his former colleagues to retract those 2 disinformation pieces, which they have not retracted. But Edmund Storms, right here, who worked for Los Alamos National Laboratory, came out on Lena Forum to say that he actually probably does believe now that exotic vacuum objects are what is going on in cold fusion, right? And I have full respect, because actually in 2010, when Ken Shoulders had that interview with John Hutchison, filmed by Nancy Lazarian, his wife, that he said that the only person in cold fusion he respected was Edmund Storms, because at least he was a real scientist. And he's come round after all these years to accepting. But he said specifically the group at SPAWAR have published that they're seeing neutrons, but they're not seeing neutrons, right? It's not real neutrons. These are fake neutrons. The Russians call them, what do they call them? I think they actually call them fake neutrons or pseudo neutrons. But they are these clusters that can act a bit like neutrons, and they can produce triple tracks in CR39 detectors, and they can fool a boron 10 detector. But you know what? They do not use indium or gold activation in the NASA work, and they do not use bubble detectors. And these are the only types of detections for neutrons that are reliable and can't be fooled electrodynamically by these clusters, which was identified in 1995 by Matsumoto and told to the cold fusion community. And I've directly confronted the SPAWAR group on this, even to their face in one conference. They don't want to hear it, because Ken Shoulders says they published along a line, and because all their historical publishing is saying we saw neutrons, they have to keep going, and they've got patents, and they have to keep going in this line, because if they suddenly admit, like Edmund Storms has come out with the courage to say it probably is an actual phenomena like ball lightning, which is the exotic vacuum objects, and they have to basically rubbish all of their patents. And I know, sadly, Pam Mosier Boss, who worked with Larry Forsley, they fought for years to get the patent through on the US Patent Office. Years and years. I sat down with her actually in ICCF 18 in that room there for years, and not that room, a different room. Actually.
No, it was a different room.
That's 14, is it?
You weren't there.
Yeah. Anyway, for years. And I sat down with her, and she walked through all of the struggles that you have. You got the triple tracks there, actually. I see there on that above. There you go. That's the triple tracks there. Cold fusion evidence. That's in. You basically have a neutron coming in. It hits a carbon atom and produces 3 alpha particles. But the point is, these clusters are chunks of alpha particles anyway. So, and this was shown by S.V. Adamenko. He produced these structures which had something like 455 AMU. Right, which is like not any element in our near universe. Okay, and when these things blow up, they throw out a load of packets of alpha particles. So like, it's a bit weird. It's like and they've already verified the S.V. Adamenko work. They brought it in 2015 to America. $4 million appeared out of nowhere. So they set up this thing called Proton Scientific. It was verified between 2015 and 2017, and then it became part of the National Nuclear Fusion Program. And they took down the Proton Scientific website after moving the entire lab from the old isotopic factory outside of Kiev in Ukraine and verifying it. Yeah. And this experiment, it was using the old Soviet method from the 1950s of nuclear synthesis, artificial nuclear synthesis. And he set up the lab, and he started experimenting in 2001. It worked the first time, and he had 10,000 experiments sequentially in a line that worked 100% of the time. And he had all of the samples from the impacts, and he challenged anyone in the world to come and check. And the US did. And it's
question for you on the same lines, Bob. So a lot of people in UFOlogy, I've learned, are saying that a lot of the stuff they're seeing, orbs, whatever, are human made. Do you think that would account for the more and more sightings we've seen over the years as well? Thank you, Ben.
So at this time of year, you should see more of these type of phenomena. So I'm just specifically talking about between December the 10th and December the 14th, when there is a lens alignment between Betelgeuse, the Earth, and the black hole, so-called thing at the center of our universe. And this increases the relic flux. And in fact, we had our first successful experiment on December the 12th. And it wasn't until I looked at Joe Parr's work from the 1980s or something, 90s, that he identified this time in the year when there was the celestial and black hole and alignment that allowed for this increased flux of irrelevant neutrinos. Although he didn't attribute to irrelevant neutrinos, but that's what happens. And so, sorry, what was the question again?
So it's really about just like the frequency of these sightings of these UAPs.
So what happens when you've got
some of them ours, and that's why we're seeing more? Go ahead.
Yeah, so relic neutrinos do not ordinarily leave the sun. Okay, because they haven't got the escape velocity. They don't travel fast enough to escape the sun's velocity. But when you have certain things like a big sunspot or whatever, or a coronal mass ejection, they can have an increased flux that comes out. And at those points, you get interactions with the atmosphere, likely, that would lead to an increased level of sighting. So it's like partly based on space weather. It's based on these auspicious, yes, it's the phase of the moon, and yes, it's the alignment of the stars and the asteroids and whatever. These things really do matter in this space. And I never ever mocked these kind of beliefs that ancient people had, but I wasn't actively thinking they had any value. And now I've had to learn to eat a lot of humble pie about things like crystals, about things like meditation and the lotus position and the humming and everything. All of these things that I thought was a little bit woo-woo, and really I'm just a scientist and I'm looking at things under the microscope, and that's true. And I know that that's true. But these things that these ancient people said and these symbols they used, I've had to eat a lot of humble pie, really, because they knew their stuff. And so it is about circumstance. So if there are a lot more sightings and they're natural. So for instance, in Hessdalen in Norway, that was one of the areas in the world that produced the most long-lived luminous objects in the sky, and they could be from a couple of tens of centimeters across to the size of a house. And there was a whole period, I think, in the 70s and 80s and 90s, where you would have very, very regular every summer. And I've identified that during the summer in Norway is when you have the peak humidity. So the carrying capacity of water vapor in the air is at peak when you see most of these structures in the air. Now, what they've identified is it's a mining area. They produce like copper and zinc and lead, and I don't know. There's a whole range of elements. I might have got those wrong, but essentially there is a sulfurous stream that runs down, and so the whole valley is basically like a freaking big battery with electrostatic potential. Okay, you have that with the humidity in the air, and you have also quartz in the ground, and you have thermal shifting between the summer and the winter, and you get all of the environments for creating this natural effect. However, as the mining has changed and the sulfur nature of the river has changed, you then start to maybe get a loss in these ball lightning structures. And so there are natural processes that produce these. Now, when you're looking at somewhere like Area 51 or somewhere like this, and you see a lot of these glowing balls running around in the sky, or remote, distant areas where you might have a base that would be a great place to do these things, okay, they might be man-made. And so, like, I think the majority of luminous objects that are seen in the sky are natural phenomena, right? But what if we're to believe sorry, you've gone silent. You muted. Sorry, Ashton, you're muted.
Sorry, I just I hit your microphone.
So I was muted. Yeah, so just even if they're natural, right? Like the issue is like that doesn't explain why you'd see more over time. So I guess my question is like from what I've learned even just today, but you know, going back to it, that we might have unlocked this stuff 30, 40, 50 years ago or even before that. Like, do you think it makes sense that we would see more and more over the last 80 years because countries are figuring it out? They're building their drones that are using this type of technology.
Do you think we're having a bad year in fires in the California?
I moved away from California, so I couldn't say.
Okay, but the reality is, I think if I'm right in saying this,
variables,
is the lowest number of fires in California in a long period of time.
Yeah.
But you have a factor of there being a lot more people on the planet. So if you go back to let's say when I was born, 1972. What was there in the planet? 2-3 billion. There's now 8-9 billion. I don't know, but like it's hard to catch up, right? So firstly, you got more people. Then who could afford a camera? There's almost no one that could afford a camera. Then who could afford to disseminate their experience? Almost no one. There wasn't a means for dissemination of experience. And then who are keenly aggregating
ridicule. Just ridicule.
And who is aggregating this information and giving it, amplifying it? Now there are people that spend their life scraping every single section of the internet and personal and whatever for anything that even closely looks like this. So it's not necessarily that the incidence has increased. It's that the ability of them to be packaged into units of information and spread widely has increased.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, just earlier today, I was doing what you were just mentioning. It was just scraping the internet, found this LAX video of these, like, it looks like 3 perhaps distinct orbs that, not like the MH370 videos, because it looks like an actual physical structure, not necessarily like a non-radiating barrier, but still really interesting because it makes me wonder, like, okay, is this, you know, I'm just going to speak freely here. Are these like China's orbs and they're spying on Air Force One? Are these our orbs that we're using to defend the plane? Or is this just really a balloon? Like,
you have to ask the questions with the Foo Fighters, because the Foo Fighters never did anything. They just followed planes. They just followed planes. Were they an intimidation tactic of a technology that no one really knew how to use during the Second World War? Right?
Yeah.
I don't think they were alien. I think they were early implementations of this technology. And I think after the Second World War, these things were started to look at as practical defense technologies. And that is what I think my father showed me in 1979 when I was 7 years old.
How? Because, you know,
it's scary because it's so old. Go ahead.
You need to cross 2 laser beams to sort of create...
No, you don't need to cross 2 laser beams. You need to cross 2 electromagnetic waves, which in them have phase conjugation of 280 degrees out of phase electromagnetic waves. So you don't need to see these things. They can be microwaves, they could be gigahertz, they could be... The
Klystron was invented in 1937.
Yeah, but the Klystron is a trigger for a nuclear weapon.
So if you had, but it was also used to detect submarines too.
Okay.
We need material science though to pull it off, right? I mean, getting 2 matter waves or any waves into sync, that's the difficult part, right?
What they had with 1940s technology
produces these structures.
I'm just trying to think back to 1940s technology and what they had to be able to produce Foo Fighters. If you know,
that's the hardest part I have to get through, right?
Oh, you mean in 1940s?
Europe.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so in 1930, what was it? 1932, you have the electrical particles of matter drawings. If you go to our Facebook, you'll be able to find the drawings from Tesla if you don't know where else to get it. So that was 1932. You have his claim that he could do this, basically what would describe as an anti-gravity craft in 1911. You don't think that these people were not researching this. If you look at the 1903 designed Supreme Court of the United Kingdom, it literally has phase conjugation waves above the top mirror with a toroid in the center where the crossing of the beams are, right? And below that, it has a yin-yang, making a yin-yang, making a yin-yang, a wheel within a wheel within a wheel, with the golden ratio sacred geometry structure defining the windows of the Supreme Court that was designed in 1903. So the idea that this wasn't known, and in Tesla's 1935 press photo for the New York Times, when he was promoting the weapon to end all wars, and he says the energy for this comes from a surprising source, right? It creates an invisible Chinese wall, i.e. chi, as in light.
Oh, lost him.
Hey, where'd he go?
Government took him down. Said peace.
Oh my God, dude, he's too much close to the truth, dude.
Yeah, a little too close. Flew a little close, too close to the sun on that one.
Every time. Disconnect.
Wow.
Bob, hopefully you're still there.
What's your guys'
I
little
wanted
thing
to
that feels
ask
like
him about this whole vortex tubes kind of stuff. I wanted to ask him about the thunderstorm generator, Malcolm Bendall. I want to show my friends patents and sort of give that away. I don't know if he's ready.
Do you think they could deploy this from a submarine, or do you think like a satellite or like a plane?
He was mentioning both satellites and dishes, and essentially, right? If you have the satellite above the microwave or antenna array from an island or from a base close.
What about on a ship?
Yeah, ship definitely. That's what they have with their Aegis. Their shield, right? This missile shield potentially could be.
So that's how you can point it at the thing you want it to go to, maybe? Interesting.
The laser-based weapons experiment.
This is the guy I wanted to show, man. The work of Luigi Giovanni Valiero Rota in 1886 to 1951 is when he died. He built friggin' electric planes, man, and back in like early 1900s. And really some interesting work.
Yeah, I really feel like this has been suppressed for a long time, potentially. I mean, that's the part that scares me the most, especially when we were talking to Bob about technology, and he's talking about we might have this in the 40s. I'm like, so that was 90 years ago. So we've been hiding this kind of technology for 90 years. Like,
lots of technology, man. If you notice one thing about the UFO narrative, everything they've put in front of Congress, everything they've put out in the mainstream, all of it's been completely absent of the real science and the technology. And the people in the channels that are talking about it, few and far between. We have trolls in the chat saying this is all bullshit and these people don't know what they're talking about constantly. And you also have no coverage of it whatsoever. We're the most, like, we're shadow banned to all hell. My channel has 115,000 subscribers, and we barely like crack the viewership that there's channels with less than 10,000 subscribers, new channels that are getting way like more views than that. And the channel it doesn't reach the people complain that, hey, I've ring the bell, I've subscribed to your channel, I don't get notifications, I don't know when you're going live. I have to go and search my subscriptions to find your videos. Like the YouTube algorithms running operations behind the scenes. Twitter was caught doing the same kind of thing when it was under its old ownership. Now that it's under the new ownership, we've got some freedom of speech on that platform. YouTube is not the best with it. It unfortunately.
So Facebook literally made me deleted on its own over 100 of my first videos that I ever posted because I had www.alienscientist.com in the descriptions. It was like, this goes against community guidelines.
Yeah,
I got ahead of the game. I deleted my Facebook preemptively.
And it's interesting that what did get in front of Congress at these congressional hearings on UFOs was stuff from a guy who's promoted a hoaxer as a scientist and been out in the mainstream promoting nothing but hoaxes, and then they could put all that stuff in front of Congress, debunk it all, and then say like, oh, this is all nonsense. It's like people don't see the dog and pony show, and it's been played for them in front of the public. I've been screaming this for years now, that like this is not like, this is a fake. Everything you see down there in that city, Washington D.C., is fake. It's faker than any science, like any pseudoscientist on the internet right now.
Jeremy, I'll give you a very specific example. And sorry, my battery probably gave you a breather from my buttering.
I want to get into. I have more questions too.
A specific example on the censorship. On I think March the 20th, 2020, I produced a video on using EGCG in green tea to prevent colds and flus. The reason being that a University of Florida study in 2017 had shown that if you just drink green tea, you have a 30% reduction in respiratory conditions, right? Just green tea, right? Then if you have zinc, they've done studies, I think in 2000s or early 2010s, where if you have zinc and you have a ionophore, that you can decrease massively the viral replication in cells, in vitro and in vivo, okay? And so I published this with the references, okay? Almost no views. Then about a year and a half later, this suddenly became, it's suddenly gone through that mean knowledge where everyone started thinking that you can have a zinc ionophore and zinc, and it would reduce your path of the progression of a respiratory condition. And what happened is it went from like 1 or 2 views every other day to maybe to a week, to it literally went up vertically. In 2 days, it went up vertically, and it had like 4,000 views like in 1.5 days. And the line, when you look at it, it was just straight up. It's like someone had drawn the line wrong on the YouTube chart. And then immediately I got YouTube saying, you've broken YouTube's community guidelines, and we are suspending this video. And I'm thinking, it's been up for a year and a half, and now I've broken the guidelines. And you know what happened? I wrote to them and said, this is based on current operation science that's published in peer-reviewed journals. There is no justification for bringing this down. And you know what? They reinstated it. Yeah. And it's barely had a view in the year and a half since.
Well, yeah, you mess with the pharma companies, man. That's what happens, you know.
I'm gonna get banned. This video just got banned and flagged for uncensored just for mentioning that. But by the way, we're not giving anyone health advice. There's no health advice being given.
I didn't give any health advice, and I didn't refer to any remedies for a particular condition.
He has to say that legally, so he doesn't get context. Real quick, alien scientists are Jeremy. I think the thing too, I want to just echo what you mentioned earlier, is that we have these congressional hearings, right? And what's all the headlines? Oh, alien bodies or whatever. Like, where are the headlines on the science, the fabric of reality breaking science that's being hidden from us, right? Like, they don't ever talk about the technology side of it. Ashton, it's all just
scraps to sate the masses.
Yeah, exactly.
The hilarious point about it, scraps is already in the public record from 1979. It's like, it's just a freaking joke.
Yeah, that's crazy. This is a 1979 NASA document. It's right
you
there.
Read it. It literally says everything they've been revealing in these congressional testimonies.
They've not revealed anything yet. Jake Matt, thanks for the $5 super chat. The TR-3B, those lights, according to Ed, those were actually thrusters or rocket engines. That he said the inside accelerator ring only reduced 85% of the ship's weight, and the rest had to be pushed around with these rocket engines. So those lights, I believe, were actually
they could be a fractal toroidal structure inside those spheres as a controlled plasma, and you can vector them in the same way that the orbs are being in Ashton's videos, right?
And that was my videos, huh? The world's videos, Bob.
Personally, well done. You're an excellent CG artist. Well done, Ashton.
Some people think that, though. Some people think I made them.
Yeah. Okay. The videos that Ashton had found from 2014 that he's given airtime to. The point is that you can vector those individual orbs, but it's the same reason you have 3 on the MH370. Why? Because that defines a vector of travel through the 3 points. Mm-hmm. It's the minimum. If you only have 2, it's like if I point in a different direction, I always end up spinning.
That's why I think it's getting pulled back, because like you said, it's defining a vector, it's creating a plane in two-dimensional space, right?
Yeah.
So then it makes me wonder, like, okay, is the direction of travel going to be, perpendicular to that, reverse of that? And in the video, especially the drone video, you can see like the tail of the plane sticking out from the center of the singularity. And it makes me wonder, it looks like it's getting yanked backwards a little bit. And that's why I like Dave's idea of there being a fourth orb where it's getting pulled back. I don't know if it's required based on what you've said, but that's why I've been asking you coyly about, how you would control some type of propulsion like this. Would you just turn off the electrons feeding
exactly
it, right?
the way you witnessed the smaller quanta being controlled when they were being brought towards the plane. It's not complicated. It's like I've got a car and then I bolt three cars together and I'm moving the whole lot together, but I'm only using the same kind of internal combustion engine. It's you're using the same mechanism to move them around as you did the quanta below.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
Not complicated.
So because your way of thinking would have me think, okay, you can move it anywhere you want, right? You have full control over it, just like they have the orbs. Like the way Dave and Sal talked about it makes me think more of like the rubber band, where it's like you got to have something ready to go, and then you just let it go, and that's where it's going to show up. So that's what I've been trying to unify.
The fourth potentially could also be 6, right? 3 and 3.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah, definitely.
I actually think that's more likely of the two, but it's totally unnecessary.
Yeah. So okay.
Hey Bob, it's Gerrald here. Speaking of unnecessary,
Gerrald.
I was going to ask you the 3 vectors that are surrounding it. Could you actually, would it be possible to have 12?
You can have up to 48, but it's pointless. Like if you want to make your job harder and control 12 rather than 3,
but
2 will not do the job. 3 will do the job. You do not need 4.
But wouldn't 12 give you more of a finer control?
No.
No? Okay, fair enough.
No, because you've statistically got a lot more problems with having 12. When it comes to the alien reproduction vehicle and the flying disc of the sky gods, right? 48 is optimal, as you don't get any bleed out of the gravitational waves locally. You still get the gravitational vector through the center, but you don't have, with 48, their non-radiating boundaries push and pull against each other so that they don't try and collapse the object that's inside. You know what I mean? It's already a stable toroid.
I have to bring up Ed Lead Scallan's flywheel is actually that 48, 24 and 24, right? 24 positive north, 24 south. So 48.
Okay, well that would make sense, but okay, well there you go.
But now if you have your surrounding vectors, or there's say 12 around your toroid, it's going in one direction as the center of your toroid is going in the absolute opposite direction. So wouldn't that give you more of a control than it would?
No. So you need to think about when you make the fractal toroid at the fractal level above, you have to rotate the subtoroids at 90 degrees. It's just how electrodynamics works. Okay, they have to be at 90 degrees, the curl and stuff. So,
I got that.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, no, I understood that. I meant that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's only when you link those gravitational waves together do you get the gravitational vector through the center, and that will pull those in. And it's exactly what you see on the video, and it's what you, and they will pull in to the point at which their fields are attracting and repelling. They're likes. They likes. The same as Feynman used to describe. It's a self-organizing principle where they like to attract each other to the distance at which another force that's embedded in them causes them to repel. And they will know that creating those particular structures at a certain quantization scale, when they put it in there, it will create a safe bubble I would argue that it's in the Vesica Pisces, okay, in that structure, that then is safe to move because the charge and inertia and mass is negated inside the overall spherical structure. And then you can move that structure in exactly the same way in any vector you like. And I look at this from the point of view of something that I saw when I was 7 years old. I saw it in the sky. I can see what they can do. They can instantaneously change direction. So I don't have the mental problem that people can't move these things around. And it's just like if you've got a laser pointer, and it's not a laser, but let's say you've got a laser pointer, I'm able to move that around and make the cat chase it around instantaneously. And the further the thing is away from me, the faster I can move it over a distance with a set of servos on my controller, right? So if I'm up in space and I'm at a few hundred kilometers up, I can move my servo just a fraction of a micron, and it's already moved 1,000 miles on Earth. You know what I mean? And once you've locked the center, the topological monopole structure with the phase conjugated scalar waves and the interferometry, and you just move those two vectors around, it's literally instantaneous. So teleportation, perceptually teleportation, and it's as fast as you can move those servos to control the controlling cross beams.
With teleportation, would you not need
No, it's not
dual
teleportation.
toroid?
It would appear to the people inside that it's teleportation, and effectively to anyone that's experiencing something and instantaneously appear, the field structure breaking down, and it just goes on the ground, right? It looks like it teleported there, but it's actually being moved in a relative time space. Like it's moved 2,000 miles in 1 millisecond. So from your point of view, you've literally gone through one frame in your eye, and it wasn't there, and now it is. Right, so for you, perceptually, it's teleported. For the people on the plane, it's teleported. No one felt any inertia, and it's gone from point A to point B. In all real senses, it's teleported. In practical sense,
So from somebody's point, I'm sorry. Well, from somebody's point of reference on the outside of your teleportation, would it not seem like you just disappeared?
Of course it would, yeah. You unappear from one point in space and you reappear from another point in space. The only point that you see the transition is where you're going through the formation of the super tor above, the fractal toroid above. And that's exactly what you see on the video. I had no choice but to engage with this topic. I had literally, it was a former director, Matthew Villatt of the Martin Flieschman Memorial Project, said, "Have you seen this?" And I looked at it and go, "Oh, well, I know what that is." It was like, I was very matter of fact about it because it shows everything that's necessary. And all I had to do to describe it was to use five slides or something from this presentation that I'd already given before this became public through the good effort of Ashton.
Yeah, and I think that the thing about it that I've learned is that it's somewhat simple. I mean, yes, it's complex if you think about it, if you don't have any background for it, but when you just think about it in terms of breaking down the empty vacuum state of space-time, like our reality is some type of a projection, and I think the double slit experiment proves that straight up, because we know that there is some capability of non-locality, and now all we're trying to do is figure out, how do we cause it? And in this case, you can think of what's happening here is like riding a wave, right? The plane's riding this wave, and it's doing so on another, if you want to think of it as dimension, so to speak, but it's able to do so where it can, from their perspective, move faster than the speed of light. And yeah, it would just then look like it's disappearing, right? And going to reappear somewhere else.
The other thing is that along those lines is the concept of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Because the size of an atom is relative to the charges that can express themselves in ordinary charge levels that we observe. So if you imagine a neutron star, it's like a teaspoon of the neutron star, like may weigh as much as our sun, right? And all that's happened is the electrons have come from being outside of a so-called nucleus and inside a thing making all the protons into neutrons that weren't already neutrons, right? And so if you have something that changes the dielectric constant of the physical vacuum in the nucleus, then the electrons and everything can shrink down. You still have an atom, but it's in its own space-time. It's still within our universe reality, but inside that space-time, you have a bubble where electric charges are represented differently because you've changed epsilon zero. And so you can literally shrink that plane. Now, if you take the Earth and you put it into a black hole, and the Schwarzschild radius, it's 8.7 millimeters across. So how big is that plane going to be? Not very big.
The problem with that, though, is then, you got people on board this plane, right? And I'm just going to go ahead, since we're talking about this, I want to give...
You have to think about the people and the plane as information. And the information is represented in a stable state in space-time, which we perceive in our epsilon zero, our dielectric constant of the vacuum. Now, inside this bubble, you're changing that relationship. They're still the same atoms. They're still in the same exact orientation, but you've shrunk them. This is Alice down the rabbit hole, right?
So
this
what
is
you're
literally going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah,
So what you're saying is their frame of reference wouldn't even change from their point of view.
No, they would.
That's what I'm
they
hearing
would
too.
see themselves exactly the same. They'd be on their iPads or whatever it was back in 2014. They'd be talking to each other, going, "What's that smell of bromine? Oh God,
I
whatever
love
it is." They wouldn't experience. But what they would do is, once they're fully in that state, they might have a stop of time. Now, from their point of view, they don't ever perceive the stop of time. They just, at one point, they're over the Andaman Sea, and the next moment, they're wherever they ended up, whether that be in another planet far, far away, or somewhere else that we might like to mention, Chagos Islands.
Interesting.
And it would happen so quick for them, the brain wouldn't even be able to comprehend the speed.
You would not perceive time.
Yeah.
So this is basically just an Aqua Berry drive, right?
You go and look at the study of TL Carr. The TL Carr was, I think he knew the doorman of Tesla, and they ended up creating this supposed anti-gravity craft. And there was this guy who visited them called, what's his name?
Otis T. Carr.
Otis T. Carr, but there was a guy who's got like fluffy hair, and he met him and he put his hand into the aluminum. What? Ralph Ring, yes.
Ring.
So Ralph Ring said that they went in this device and they said, look, we're going to go down range. And they went down range and they told everyone to get some rocks and put them in their pocket. And they went back up range and they had no concept that they'd actually traveled. The guy said, can you now look in your pockets? And there's the rocks that are not here. They're only available down range. And so they had no perception of time change. And it might have been that they got out of this bubble and they were still in the sphere of influence of the non-radiating boundary. So their time was still stopped there. So they're like almost in a, they're almost like tripping. They have no long-term memory because they can't lay down the long-term memory because, in my view, long-term memory is dumped by the toroidal moments in the vortex and the anti-vortex in your brain that produces the toroidal moment. It dumps it into the basically the real cloud before they came up with this fake rubbish they call the cloud, which is the coherent condensate brilliant neutrinos through the entire universe. So they have no ability to dump long-term memories. Okay. And so when they come back and they find rocks in the pocket that are not available in the local environment, they must have traveled downrange. And they even say that the device is controlled by consciousness. And that's, you literally become part of this other conscious entity, which is the craft that you're controlling.
Like being in a dream state, essentially.
Yeah, it's like being in a dream and you can't for damn remember what the dream was.
So why does the orb have this heat signature on it? Is it self-sufficient then at that point? If you think there's no mass inside, because to me when I look at it, I feel like there's got to be some mass inside this non-radiating
barrier. So if you go to my presentation, Jeremy Reese, there's a point where you've got like a single bar thermal extraction. Okay, so it's on the Shakhparanoff Mobius strip, a bit higher than that. In the presentation, it's higher. Higher. No, higher. It's much higher up in the presentation. It's like one of the early slides describing the principles. There, the shack pack. No. Down. It's there. Slide 11. There. No, up. 11. That. You've got the yin on the one side, and it's extracting energy in a sphere at a distance. The yin is less bright in the center of the phase singularity. Why? Because it's fusing matter. Okay. And if you get two deuterons and fuse them together, you get 25 million electron volts. The yang is destroying matter. It's always brighter because it's unraveling the energy. It's not the energy gained from a lower distortion of space-time that is what you get out of fusion. You're literally unraveling all of the energy, the trap light that's in those baryonic and electron matter. Okay. And it produces an intense flash of light, but it also projects out. So you get a luminous object at a distance. So this is one way that you could create these particular objects, but it's not really a very controlled way. You want to create them from a soliton. But what I'm showing you there is that these structures can actually thermally extract energy from a distance. Now, it might be that flash you see is actually the projected effect from this self-organization of those three tors into a super tor above, a fractal tor above. And the flash is actually slightly behind that of the dark area where it's thermally extracting energy.
And what is this burning? Is this like it looks like magnesium burning or something? What is going on here in the picture? What are we looking at, and what was done in this Shakhparanoff generator experiment here? Like how do it because it was this and what is the photography? Was it done with like a high speed camera? You know, making sure like was it just exploding bits that like jumped a real long distance in a short.
So on the luminous object, you'll see that it has subfractal lobes on it. Can you see those? You can see in that where next to the word luminous, you actually have these hemisphere structures on the overall sphere, right? And they note this. And that is to do with the spherical organization because they form a crystal type lattice structure, which you can see in the patent by Lockheed Martin. Okay. But if you go to the next slide, slide 12, you can see the exact same Penrose staircase diagram, which is a demonstration of what the phase singularity is. And on the right, you see a Mobius strip, which has the same phase singularity. It depends which way you go round, whether it's a yin or a yang. And so what the Shakhparyanov research did is they created a pseudo monopole by first treating these single electrode, because it's a Mobius strip, with RF. So they treated the environment to excite the environment, and then they hit it with two contacts either side of the single wire, because it's a single wire because it goes twice very round. And the reason as it goes round, if you go to the slide above, you can see the NVIDIA Tesla simulation of down there, right? That is the copper strip. And what you're seeing in the blown up section there is a simulation, a computer simulation of the propagation of the charge separation of the positive charge and the negative charge on the copper as it's propagating around the structure. And what you're seeing there is positive space charge, vortex and anti-vortex, and negative space charge, vortex and anti-vortex. And that sets up the space-time charge space charge system that when you hit it, and it's in the process of doing it at that point, you hit it, it produces this phase singularity, and that produces the topological monopole. So what I'm saying is I'm suggesting to you is happening when you see that black flash. That is thermal energy that is captured from the single bar thermal extraction as described in the Lockheed Martin patent. Okay, it says one of the applications is single bar thermal extraction. And it's extracting that energy, and it's going to be behind the direction of travel of the new fractal Tor that's just been produced. Okay. And so that produces a shock wave of cold, and it's sucking the energy out of that environment. And that is part of the way that's allowing it to propel itself. Right. So if you go in my presentation further up, Jeremy.
You think it's cold because it's sucking the energy out of...
No, actually go to slide 8. That's quite a good one. These structures, so that's your image there, Jeremy, of a green laser cutting through a smoke soliton. You can see that in these cases it sucks things in from behind.
Yeah.
Right? You can see it on the two solitons making a fractal soliton structure. It's sucking at that impact. What you're seeing in that right-hand 2017 water nanobubbles is two solitons on top of each other. The white areas are where gas that's dissolved in the liquid becomes nanobubbles, and the light is reflecting off the interface between the water and the gas. Okay, how is it possible that you have that heart-shaped structure, or that kind of leaf-shaped structure, where everything has got bubbles? That's because you have matter going into two singularity points on the yin and the yang, right? And it's literally a flat structure. That it's not actually like a mushroom. That it's actually two solitons overlaid at the golden ratio on the sacred geometry structure. That produces a torsion beam which has a lower pressure that fires out behind it, and it sucks also energy in, and that's what you're seeing in that little flash of stuff behind. So even though it's going forward down to the bottom left, and even though your one, Jeremy, is going to the top left, right, it actually is stretching and changing the space-time in front of it, meaning it has effectively a lower pressure in front, and behind it's kind of sucking things in, which it's feeding itself. It's weird because it's feeding stuff from behind that's propelling it forward. It's really weird to think about it. But
so you think it's moving forward in that situation, but even though it looks like it's going backward because of that's where
no. I think the propagation of the cold wave is going backwards, because you have an intense coldness. And so what we find is in our experiment, like in the lion experiment, the original lion experiment, the temperature was about 850 degrees. He turned it off and he attached a 30 watt, 20 watt light bulb, and it lit for 30 minutes, and immediately heard this crackling sound, and air was being sucked in to the tube. And when you look at the temperature, it went from 850 degrees to nearly minus 273 degrees centigrade in 2 seconds. And that's because these clusters, which we identified, and you can see the marks of them on slide, where is it? Slide 15. If you go down to slide 15, Jeremy, that is the accretion disk in the butterfly wings. And in the center, you've got a black hole. That is where the matter has collapsed. And you've got the torsion beam coming out down the bottom. Okay? And that is where the energy is sucked in and spun in behind it. In the one on the right, that's HHO gas from Hiroshima Masa on tungsten for about 2 or 3 seconds, and it produces that magnet. Both of those are magnetohydrodynamic structures, you'll say. And the one on the right, you can see where the sphere is. And when you go to the last slide, I love this slide. Go to the last slide, Jeremy, and make it full screen.
The last slide in the presentation?
Not the last slide, the third to last slide, 42. Of course, the answer's on 42. It would be. Right. Go full screen. Can you go and just play that? Because I want to show you playing the animation.
How do we do?
Play in the top middle, kind of to the left there. That one. Right. Oh, is it going to play it? Oh, you've got it in a different view mode. It's going to be showing on a different screen for you. Okay. Stop sharing. Yeah, no, you have to quit out. Go the X on.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink, guys.
Yeah, no worries. I need to do another interview in a little while.
You'll have to do another presentation on this.
Okay, can you click on your image, the alien scientist image on the bottom there? Can you click it and try and get it to play the video that's embedded? Click it up there. Go on the white area and click. Press play. Right now, that's your image. Oh, is it going to play it? Yes. Okay. That's the sacred. No, just let it play. It's got about a 3-second delay between. That's the sacred geometry on your slightly distorted structure. That is a golden ratio. That is literally the Tesla logo in exactly and correctly the right place on the 1914 patent. Now, look at this, where we are ripping tungsten apart, that circle with the carbon film coming off, and this is also a topological monopole, that exact circle of what is synthesized strontium from the tungsten with the carbon film coming off. Wait for it. It'll go round in a second. Wait for it. That is exactly where the secondary takeoff of Tesla's patent is. And now in 2 days before I gave that presentation, I thought that has to be significant. That is the point of destruction of matter or synthesis of matter, or projection of energy. I looked at his 1914 patent. You could bring it up if you choose, but it says something along the lines, and I'm paraphrasing here. If you move that secondary takeoff a few fractions of an inch down, it will create a ball of plasma, which has fantastic destruction capability, and it destroy the apparatus. I'm not a time traveler. I did not go back in time and tell Tesla to put that in his 1914 awarded patent for the Tesla Wardenclyffe Tower. And if you draw on the non-radiating boundary, it's above head height, and in fact, it's above the second floor windows in the Tesla's tower. So there would have been no interactions with humans with this weird area that would have caused problems for biological entities. And Tesla's logo is more accurate than the real Iconovasara from, which is Thor's hammer, Thor being the god of ball lightning and thunder and lightning, right? Like you literally could not make this up. All history supports this standard magnetohydrodynamic understanding. All of history, all of the classified patents from the Soviet Union, all of the classified patents and work from the US. It is what it is. And every time anyone comes to the conclusion that it's ball lightning, like this guy did in 1993, they changed the rules of the American Nuclear Society to prevent him from publishing. When Ken Shoulders realized it was ball lightning, a person from Los Alamos National Laboratory demanded that the curator, Jed Rothwell of LeonardCanada.org, remove his papers from the database. And I never heard of this person or Ken Shoulders until I started understanding this was ball lightning in 2017. Never heard of it.
Interesting. I wonder what I have Michael here just joined. He's our material scientist.
Hi, Michael. How you doing?
we were trying to. We haven't had any direct experience trying to replicate any of the Hutchison effect stuff or any of these EVO experiments or even cold fusion stuff in our lab just yet. But if we were to try to do that, like where would you suggest we start? I mean,
okay, so I would
I
recommend.
have a question as well. I missed. I'm sorry, I was working with a vacuum furnace, so I just got in here. What was this thing about a Lockheed Martin patent for environmental energy extraction?
It's called Systems and Methods for Generating Coherent Matter Wave. It uses without credit the method of generating electron solitons of Ken shoulders, and then it employs the Aharonov bomb effect that was used effectively by the person that informed on trying to understand Ken shoulders' work, John Hutchison's work, and that was the work of Winston Bostic, who from 1948 worked on Project Sherwood, which was Los Alamos and Princeton University and one other location, with converting the hydrogen bomb into domestic fusion. And so they say one of the applications of the coherent matter wave, which can be produced at any temperature, even using fermions, using this technology and this approach, one of the applications is single bath thermal extraction, which means you have everything at the same temperature, and from that volume of exactly the same temperature, you can actually extract thermal photons, right, and bring them to a new location. And that is the zone that you see in the Shak-Perrone work.
I lost the page with the patent on that, and I'm trying to bring it back up.
I've got a link within my presentation, so you can just click on that.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it's using the Aharonov bomb effect.
The phase singularity is using the Aharonov bomb effect to get things in phase and appropriately apportion the energy distribution between them.
So how does this phase difference allow you to push the energy around exactly?
Okay, so what's a Saser?
What's that?
What's a Saser? It's a sound laser. It's what they use in these active denial effects, which actually produces these terrible things, which actually, because of the piezo nature of your tendons and your teeth.
That's a heat pump. That's not negentropic or anything.
Wait. What's a laser? A laser is the same photon energy, so it's got the same wavelength, and it's in phase, right? Okay. What a maser is a microwave photon in phase, okay, and same energy. What a coherent matter wave is, let's say we take the preferred element of, after many years of research, of Nikola Tesla for producing his etheric matter streams. He chose aluminium. Aluminium has one isotope, 27. So already you're onto a winner. Now, if you give that the same energy, i.e. every single aluminium atom is exactly the same energy, its de Broglie wavelength description means the wavelength is exactly the same for the matter wave. And then what you have to do to make a coherent matter wave is you need to get those same energy de Broglie wavelengths, descriptions of the matter, into phase. And the way you can only do that is the Aharonov bomb effect. And at the center of fractal toroidal structure, you get it for free.
So what is the Aharonov bomb effect doing to get these?
It's allowing these things to get into phase without messing around with their energy level in a negative way. It's very well described in the local market.
It's not directly affecting the Hamiltonians of the particles. It's just shifting phases. I see. Okay, that's interesting.
This is the pattern, and it's all well described in there. And from this pattern, I learned the one most important thing. You do not need to cool matter down to near absolute zero to create coherent matter. The reason they did that is because that is the easiest way. You have a substrate, and you take the cesium-133 atoms, or you take your sodium-23 atoms, or whatever, that single matter wave function, but they're all at different temperatures, so they cannot cohere. You then lower that down to absolute zero, and they're on a substrate so that their energy levels are almost exactly the same, which means their wave function de Broglie wave function description is almost exactly the same. And it's just like pendulums on a suspended support. If they're all out of phase, after a while, they always end in phase. Yeah? Okay? That's how you create your normal Bose-Einstein condensate that they did in 1995, 6 or 7 or whenever it was first made, after being predicted for so long by Bose and Einstein. The difference is with this is you can take fermionic matter, you can create bosons from that by creating, for instance, like a Cooper pair out of electrons, or dimers where your nuclei is not already fermionic nuclei, bosonic nuclei. And then once you do that, you can then get them all at the same temperature. And what they're doing here in this, they're using this 10 micron with many coupled microcavities to allow the bouncing around so they get at the same energy level. And then they use the magnetic field to act the Aharonhof bomb effect. And that allows for these things that are at the exact same energy to become in phase. So you get coherent matter waves. And that comes out as a beam. And that actually has far more punch than any laser will ever have, right? So I think a lot of these weapons, the next generation weapons that they're putting on aircraft carriers and planes, they call them lasers, but they're not. They're matter wave.
How big do you think this device would have to be? Pretty small?
We produce matter wave in our Vega experiments, and it's caused by a little crack in the brass plate.
So tiny is the answer.
We produce it probably out of a structure where the core of the structure is maybe 40 microns across. Look at the scale of their device for creating a coherent matter wave. The actual length of the longest length of the body is 10 microns.
Do you think the number of cavities matters on that device right there?
What?
Do you think the number of cavities has to be specific, like we see here in this image?
Well, you can look at our actual SEMs, and the answer is already in the SEMs, because nature has already given the perfect environment for it to be generating these coherent matter waves. You can literally look at our SEMs and you can see the spacing. So what is it? It's in our particular device, I think a spin wave and an anti-spin wave is over 400. Is it over 400 microns? Or is it over 40 microns? Anyway, you can go and see in our SEMs. The answer's already there from nature literally writing on a piece of brass what the answer is. Now, there could be quantizations above or quantizations below, but you don't have any. There's no necessity for maths. There's no necessity for other theories. It doesn't matter what's going on. Nature's giving you the answer because we see the coherent matter waves and you can see what produced them. That's it. The answer's already there physically.
So the coherent matter waves are not the same thing as EVOs, though, right?
Well, arguably, the EVO itself is a coherent structure, and if it's traveling, it's a soliton, which is a trapped wave, and it's coherent matter and traveling in a wave. So it can become a coherent matter wave, but actually, the coherent matter wave.
It's not like any of the standard atoms, though. Also, these are the mathematical description comes out of the Lenert equations for these, I believe.
You know what? I swore to my readers and my viewers I would never use an equation. I broke that when the Russians sent me the Zverblist paper for having thrown in the towel, right? I said, look, I need to understand this without a single equation so every person on Earth can understand this implicitly. And then I realized it's in your face. So it's like, it's literally the design of your face. The answer is always in the mirror.
Well, I mean, this is a somewhat more technical.
People can do the maths later. You can ascribe all kinds of mathematical equations that fit this, and there might be 20 different mathematical equations that give you the answer. But you need to look.
You were referring to space charge, though, so I figured.
Yes, I am. Yes,
and
that is important.
So about the geometry in this, can this be related to any fundamental constants or anything like that in nature?
Jeremy, before we do that, I'd like to get this nailed down here. So, the people who mainly looked at space charge were, I believe, Evans, Vigier, and Lenert, and they had a lot of interesting concepts. I don't know if they're all correct, but I mean, if you generate space charges, those are the guys to look at, I imagine. So the coherent matter waves are one thing. The EVOs are
can also be coherent matter waves, but actually, what you get, if you go to slide 23. Okay, so you get a coherent matter wave that can come out of a collapsing structure like a reentrant jet from a normal cavitation bowl. As it collapses, it forces the coherent matter wave through the center, and it comes out as normally two structures, right? But it depends, because you can have coherent matter waves that come out of the substructures. So typically it's almost always two. So look on the left, that's two. So when the the overall matter structure collapses and you actually get a flash, you get two orbiting around each other. Okay. Sometimes you can have three, sometimes you can have four, but the likelihood of it being more it comes down to how stable it was on the resonant phenomena that generated the structure. Okay. So what it kind of does, it can package the information into a certain quanta, and it can keep loading information in there, and energy in there, and you get more substructures of substructures forming up until you get 48, and it has to either blow up or it has to become the next fractal up. And so it scales and grows like that. But depending on the substructures, depends on, like, if you go and look at the videos on the coherent matter wave beams that we sometimes have, weirdly, just a tube, which I would see is just a traveling Evo. There's only one or two examples of that. Most of the examples are two that orbit around their center of mass, right? And often they have a white zone, and then they have something that is orbiting around, but you only see it when it's coming into the ions or electrons in the plasma chamber. And what I mean by that is one is a positive structure and one is a negative structure, or they are spin or alternate spin structures. And when one interacts directly to produce the glowing plasma and the other one doesn't, but it pushes a bow wave in front of it. So you only see it when it's coming towards the camera, but not when it's going away. It's a little bit weird. So you can see that on our videos. Okay. We've seen some collapse wave functions of these things, and we end up with like a little bullet as it dumping the matter that was entrained in it, and you have these orbiting things going around it. And sometimes you see it actually interacting with the material and making these multiple spiral changes in the spin of the atoms of the material, which allows you to see them when you put polarized light on a microscope. You don't see anything, and you put polarized light, and you suddenly these tracks appear. Because it's affected the spin of the nuclei in the matter. It's just reorganized their spin, not the actual matter. It's a bit weird, but it's because of the intense localized magnetic field, and it just travels through and affects the matter as it travels through. Yeah.
Interesting. So, again, how does this relate to taking thermal energy from the environment? So how do you use only phase to create a temperature difference in an otherwise initially thermalized?
So what is thermal energy? Well, it's phonons vibration in matter, typically at terahertz frequency if it's in IR range. Now, you've obviously got different frequencies which are not thermal. In fact, most of vibrations in the universe are not in the thermal IR range, right? So if you can have a system that can either change basically it appears to have, if you go back to the model, the 3D model. Okay. Can you see? Okay, so can you see the little spot that's on the Sothic ratio cone that comes out the bottom? So you've got the 2 order on the left. Okay, that's the spot there. That is the spot where it seems to do freaking magic, and that is where you get on the overall structure, you get like the focus of the beams that interact with dark matter, and the dark matter has 2 things it can interact with: gravity and electrons. And electrons are the means by which any thermal energy can be moved around, if you know what I mean. Like you can only have vibration when one particle is moving here and its charge is repelling this, and like then it bounces back. So like it's because of the electrons that you have transfer of energy, kinetic energy, between anything in any frequency, okay, within ordinary matter. And so my understanding is that little spot there is able to extract not so much the actual thermal energy from the device, it extracts the chi. And the chi is the structure that keeps the balance between the flux of the chi that goes through the atom and keeps the electrons where they ordinarily are, and stops them from being overexcited. And you can go and see this on Where is the Atom Battery? I think it's a paper by a Dubna research scientist called Alexander Shishkin, who actually works with, unfortunately, Dubovik, who's nearly completely lost his mind through dementia. But anyway, they say that the atom keeps its electrons particular because of this dark matter fractal toroidal structure that's in there ordinarily, and this is the etheric matter that was released by Tesla in the 1800s and beyond when he did the unidirectional discharges into targets. And this is what the Soviets call and the Russians call the hidden energy within matter. And so what you're not, and when Tesla says in 1935 the energy comes from a surprising source, I don't know how much he knew about this, but he does call the invisible boundary, which is impenetrable, that this creates an invisible Chinese wall. That's literally what he says. And nothing about what he said is not deliberate. So if you go back to my third to last slide, Jeremy. Okay. Can you see the photo with Tesla? That's the 1935 photo from his Weapon to End All Wars. And look at the sacred geometry. It exactly has the Vesica Pisces in exactly the correct place. Now, in our wormhole model on the right, if you click on that one, Jeremy, and play it. No, on the right, the brassy colored one. The brassy colored one. Yeah. You see the sacred geometry overlaid on that. You can see that the white ring with the black ring slightly outside of that is the only area that this magnetohydrodynamic structure affects. It has a wormhole that the matter goes into. There is literally no hole in the center of that dome. A load of material has been captured into this wormhole, and it goes through to the other side of the Vesica Pisces and gets punched through, and it literally punches a hole through, and it leaves the material. And if you go and play on the iron, which is the substrate below that brass plate at an angle, Jeremy, below that where it says Greenyer, Vega pyramid. No, to the right, that one. Look at the sacred geometry, how it's deposited the brass exactly where the sacred geometry is. Exactly. Right? Now look at his Vesica Pisces flower of life pot that he has over his right shoulder, Tesla, from his 1935 Weapon to End All Wars press photo. The area that is affected only is where he's cut off the top of the flower pot. Right? He has the vortex and the anti-vortex correctly, one behind the other, as I showed you in the white banana bubbles in the ultrasonic tank of Suhas Ralkar earlier on in the presentation. And it's always slightly offset, one above the other. He precisely showed in that picture that he precisely knows how nature works. And his own Wardenclyffe Tower is based on that. His anti-gravity device is based on that. His Weapon to End All Wars is based on that. And he specifically says it in the press text. This creates an invisible Chinese wall. It extracts chi, the hidden energy within matter, and it creates an impenetrable boundary out of this.
Well, I saw a slide about cold electricity as well. I think I missed that.
Go for that. Yeah, it's all very trivial. Once you understand, it's all very trivial. And so this guy here, Matsumoto, in 1995, thought he discovered a new form of electric current. And he said it was ball lightning, it travels along the wire, and when it blows up, it leaves a carbon deposit. And he says, but there's no resistance. So if you go down to cold electricity, a bit further down. There. So, no, up, that's one. So essentially, through the center of the fractal toroidal structure, firstly, Ken Shoulder said you can have trillions and trillions of electrons in there, right? We know that they end up in coherent matter, and we know they end up superconducting because that's how the structure keeps itself self-organized and together without the Pauli exclusion principle making it blow apart, right? But through the center, it has this, if it's arranged so that it has a kind of an electric field, it's not necessarily electric field, but it can be guided along the wire. Now, when Tom Bearden sent a team over to 1992 to Moscow to visit people on the periphery of the Soviet energetics research work, they showed him two technologies: cold deformation of metals, where they use some kind of electromagnetic system to convert metal into a jelly, which they could push in a mold, and then they grounded it and they were able to cold mold metal. The other one was many kilowatts over very fine wires. And I wanted to put it into this presentation, but I couldn't find it in my archives. There's an early 2000s presentation where there was a TV news program in Russia where they showed this team using a Tesla coil, creating these structures, and they had an 8 micron thin copper bare wire dangling in the air, like 8 microns, and they were able to light 25 kilowatts of tungsten light bulbs from that. Okay, and that's because the wire just acts as a guide for the charge cluster, and the charge cluster, as it goes through the toroid of toroids, which is the actual filament of a tungsten filament light bulb, the magnetic field induced causes them to break up from their coherent state, and that interacts as normal electrons lighting the light bulb. It's quite trivial, actually, when you understand it. And this is Maury B. King's diagram. And what Maury B. King has inadvertently drawn there without realizing it is a fractal toroidal structure carrying the current.
I wish it was easy for me to
So these are effectively Tesla's DC pulses, I guess. So you have like a AC signal with a DC offset.
These are Tesla's electrical particles of matter from his 1932 beam weapon.
Okay.
So
I mean,
have
if you
a
look at Eric Dollard's work, there's a lot of stuff about this, and it just generally uses DC pulses. So you'll have a rise and a fall. But
so a DC pulse is a
negative.
unidirectional pulse. That is exactly what Tesla used. Why? Because if you have an AC pulse, you don't have all the flow going in the one direction.
Exactly.
And that's why you have, say, a magnetically quenched air gap. Those kind of devices, so that you only get the pulses going in one direction.
So I have a question for you then.
That's actually so key to like my own electrolysis experiments, and that I have to start doing them side by side, AC versus DC, just to show the difference of how much it really does affect.
So my question, Bob, is: Are you saying that the excess energy? Okay, so for example, the system that I'm using, I've now gotten to a point where I'm putting in 27 volts, 1.3 amps, and I'm heating a 900 watt electric element, 110 volts, for at 185 degrees Fahrenheit in 5 minutes for 35 watts.
I could give you some potential explanations. The first one is you are going to get
one more part to that before you explain that. The coil that runs the system gets colder when it's heating up the element.
Of course, it probably would do, because the coil, if you've got it configured correctly, it will do single bar thermal extraction. Okay, on sub levels. Okay, if you've got the curl on the electrodynamics correctly done.
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I believe I do anyway.
Okay. So then if you get a flux of relic neutrinos through the center and it goes through the phase singularity, and if they are unwrapped and then rewrapped somehow, I don't know what the nature of your coil is, then in theory you can take that 0.25 of an EV that's been something like that, that's been established by Parkhomov, and you can unwrap that into basically a photon that has that energy, and then you can rewrap that into, let's say, an electron. And we know that an electron, effectively, if you take a positron and electron and you collide them, they unravel, one unravels the other, and you get two photons of 511 keV coming out in opposite 180 degrees out. And this is the basis of positron emission tomography. So we know that the electron and the positron are essentially photons wrapped in opposite spin directions, right? And so this is the same of a neutrino and an antineutrino, okay? But there's charged leptons and uncharged leptons, and the question is, how do you get the difference between the two? But other way, it doesn't matter. You've got energy. You convert the energy into a photon, and you rewrap packets of those energy, and they come out as electrons. So that's one way that you can do that. Now, the other way is if you have baryonic matter going through the center of your coil, and that could just be environmental baryons, like that are in air or nitrogen or whatever. If the diality angle, according to David Freiberger, is exceeded at the center of the structure, or at the center of any of the fractal toroidal structures, this can unwrap the matter, and you get 930 something million electron volts of energy released. And does that collapse down into other electrons? You could have a scenario where you're converting a good proportion. I would be concerned in those environments, if you're genuinely doing that, that maybe there's some form of radiation coming off, that I would like to understand more about that. Because
I have multiple meters. I don't have a Geiger counter yet, but I have a tri-field meter, and I have a sound meter, quite a few different things put into play.
Okay, I would suggest getting some silver foil and putting it over your various detectors to try and excite any potential clusters that are coming off, and putting them into the white mode so that it can be detected. Either that or some potassium containing mica. And some Geiger counters, pancake ones, have a potassium containing mica window. And, actually Ed Storm's detected these things. But anyway, the point is that I would suggest doing that. There's a guy called Russ George, and he found from cavitation experiments that he saw no radiation, and then he put different metals in front of his Geiger counter, and he suddenly started seeing radiation counts. But he worried, and he didn't know what they were, and he found that silver was the thing that produced the most peak of radiation. And then he went to Edward Teller and said, what's going on here? And Edward Teller said, well, these are what we call machinigons, which is some Jewish or Yiddish name for something that we don't really know what it is, but it exists.
That brings me to another point. After doing multiple tests with my coil system with a neodymium magnet, the nickel on the outside has been eaten off, and I took a look at it.
Well, the nickel on those neodymium magnets, depending on the humidity, I mean, the reason the nickel's on there is because the ceramic regularly falls apart in moist air. And
I would love to send it to you.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I looked at it through a microscope. It has some very interesting features, we'll just say.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it. Yeah, I mean,
I'll send you an email, and we'll see if we can hook that up. I definitely want to put that in your hands. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have another question, and maybe Michael can answer this too, if you're there, Michael. You mentioned something to me the other day about a way to stabilize, super heavy elements using externally applied gamma fields, and that maybe just maybe. I mean, Bob Lazar describes a stable isotope of this element 115 that he had in a triangle that he could carry around with him. So it wasn't something that he had to keep in this machine that kept it stable. But you said that there might be ways to stabilize these super heavy elements and keep them stable by injecting gamma rays into them.
That's incorrect. It wasn't in a machine that kept it stable. It was stable. When you hit certain isotopes, like tantalum 180, for example, with gamma rays, they absorb those gamma rays, and the right frequency of gamma rays. They absorb the gamma rays, and due to the high nuclear spin, it's like a top. It actually prolongs decay. Yeah, look at that. Tantalum 180M is stable, even though it's technically metastable. And then tantalum 180 itself decays in 8 hours. So you synthesize tantalum 180, you hit it with gamma rays, and you can stabilize it. The same thing with super heavy elements. There's this island of stability, and none of the standard isotopes are stable, but some of the nuclear isomers are, and you generate these nuclear isomers by making these the radioactive isotopes and then hitting them with gamma rays, and then they're stable. You don't have to stabilize them with an external machine. I don't know if that's part of Bob Lazar's story or something. I haven't been paying attention to that at all, but yeah, these are also as far as I know, unrelated to EVOs.
I think you're right. It's not related to EVOs. What you have with an isomer being unstable, and this is the principle of indium activation by neutrons to detect the production of neutrons. An isomer is where you have the same baryonic matter, but it's arranged in different arrangements. So, and sometimes it's called an excited state, but actually the reality is it's just a reorganization of where the position of the nuclei are in the.
No. So it's a reorganization of the nuclear shell model. It's a reorganization of the nucleons, and
That's what I'm saying.
That does take energy, just like reorganization of the electrons. So if you have some, imagine it's like a phosphor, you know. So you have visible light, and you shine some light on this thing. Then you take it out of the light, and it glows for a couple hours afterwards. It's like a phosphor.
Yeah, but that's one that's decays because you've given it energy. What you're describing as a system where you've reorganized the nucleons to a point where they're actually more stable than they were in the unexcited state.
Right, which can happen due to the high nuclear.
And the description is normally you call it an excited state, but what you're actually doing is you're moving it into a new arrangement where it's less likely to fall apart.
Well, no, it has real additional energy in there.
No, I'm not saying it's not got real additional energy. It's like
it's the same. So I mean, you can make any radioisotope stable by removing or adding the right components. But yeah, it's an excited state, but it is more stable than the unexcited state.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So how would I describe this? Is you've got like a nucleon that's teetering on the edge of a step, right? And you're giving it extra energy. You're moving it forward in the overall vector up the energy ladder, so that you're moving it further onto the stable platform, so that it doesn't matter how much vibration you get, it's not going to actually fall off that step and become de-excited. So that's kind of like how I would visually describe it.
Yeah. I wanted to mention one thing. I got to go work on some stuff here in a minute, but I just wanted to mention something interesting about these EVOs that I just realized. I'm sure other people have realized this before as well. So EVOs, they're sort of quantized, but you can generate them at whatever size you want with various amounts of energy. So there's a continuum to them of a sort. And what's interesting is when we developed the model of the neutrino, we saw that beta decay had a black body spectrum to it. When we would have expected that beta decay had specific energies that the electron would have during beta decay, quantized states. But because there's a continuum, that means that the electron is interacting with something else. So it's interesting to think about, maybe the neutrino can be explained by something more like these EVOs. So
I recommend you read Parkhomov's Space Earth Human. He originally did the psychic spy program for the Soviet Union, and that's chapter 4 in the book. And he learned the technology to learn about what was called N radiation. And there was a guy called Illy. Oh God, damn it! I had a conversation with him the other day about it. He proposed because normally when you have neutrino coming out of a reaction, they don't preserve parity. And people kind of overlook this problem in nuclear physics. Anyway, he solved this, I think, in 1996 in a paper. Sorry?
Yeah, you said Ilya. So is that?
Hold on, I can actually go to my email with Parkhomov and find out the precise name. And then it's published in Russian. I've done a Russian translation, but I'm going to do a proper translation in the coming weeks on my blog. But give me a second.
And also in Russia, they were able. So you mentioned they were able to gellify metal. So they must have figured out Hutchinson effect.
Oh yes.
Fascinating.
And it's not the same. Like Ralph Ring observed the jellification of aluminium, and aluminium is the easiest thing to do it with. Hold on, let me.
So is that like a coherent matter effect then?
Yes.
Got you.
Well, it's actually the way I look at it, the coherent matter is causing a flux of relic neutrinos, and the relic neutrinos interact with the weak force, but they affect the way electrons can form bonds. It's all in my presentation from ICCF 25, and so they affect it in all levels of ability of matter to use electric fields to form stable structures. So, okay, so let me find the name of the guy. Is Dmitrievsky IM, and it was Possibility of Maintaining Parity in Weak Interactions, Consciousness and Physical Reality from 1996. So he used that work to build these telescopes, and over 20 years he did this research which collected some and focused some radiation onto cobalt-60 and strontium-90, yttrium-90 samples, which are far better than tritium, particularly cobalt-60, because it's got like 3.6 year half-life, whereas tritium's like 10 or 11 years. And obviously it's a solid, so the target is much more dense in terms of the beta isotope. And of course, because he has this relationship with the nuclear proatom, he could get these samples. And he showed that he was focusing some type of what he originally called N radiation onto the samples and forcing the beta decay. And he knew it was inverse beta decay, either some neutrino structure coming in, because he's shielded for all of the other energies from the spread spectrum of energies that you would normally get out of natural beta decay, and screened for only the maximum energy. And it was only the maximum energy that is likely to come from inverse beta decay. So he showed, and now he's shown that you can technologically produce these things. So yeah,
cool. So you can induce the beta decay then. That's good.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That'll be extremely useful for getting rid of radioactive waste.
Yes, and this is one proposal that I gave on December the 31st, 2021, to 9 Sigma, the evaluating agency of Fukushima's cleanup of their now 1.45 million tons of tritiated laced water, because we were going to burn onto calcium carbonate using the limelight effect from the 1820s or 1830s to produce this plasma glow that then produces the magnetohydrodynamic structures from the HHO of a Mars gas. And this was going to take calcium-40 and make potassium-39 and helium from the tritium. Okay. And it's the most likely outcome with the process. And so we proposed this, but they don't want a solution. And in fact, they changed the rules so that we couldn't provide a solution to them. And because they either want to concentrate the tritium, they want to dump it in sea.
I mean, in Japan, they're very much sticklers for standard science, so they probably didn't believe it.
Well, the good thing is that because of the complaints of China and because of the complaints of South Korea, 9 Sigma have been removed from the evaluation agency, and it's now been replaced by Mitsubishi Industrial. And the guy that heads the Lena research at Mitsubishi Industrial, I know very well. I've got a good relationship with him, and he was my compere in my ICCF 25 presentation that you see coming up and saying, right, you've got 1 minute, you've got 2 minutes, or whatever. That's that guy, Professor Iwamura. And he's actually met Roy Shinamaza in the past. So we're going to reapply because now, we've got international pressure. We would like the problem is that if we find a practical solution for dealing with tritium from nuclear reactors, the International Energy Authority will have to roll it out across the world because there'll be no excuse. They can't say we can't get rid of it, so we have to dilute it and dump it into everyone's waterways and seas because they will have a real solution to it, right? And also, the problem also for them is that it shows that you can do low-energy nuclear reactions. And it also shows that Yul Brown was right in 1992 when he showed in almost instantaneous remediation of beta isotopes and even alpha isotopes in the flash that gets created from the coherent matter that's produced by HHO. And so they've got whole kinds of questions to answer if they allow this technology to go forward. So right now, we've actually got people potentially in Germany that will allow us to do it, and we'll demonstrate it. We're just going to have to, we might have to just go to the Chinese and South Koreans and say, look, they won't allow us to do this, but this is what it can do. And it can fix the problem. What are we going to do about it? Yeah, it's really exciting. What?
Well, I hope it works for you guys.
Well, you can only try. I think that there's more effort gone in over the last 130 years to obfuscating the simplicity of this science than it takes to learn how simple it is. It's ridiculously easy. And almost all of the technologies are HHO. And it's because hydrogen has been identified by the Russians as 2,000 to 4,000 times easier to create the etheric matter streams, this hidden matter, energy within matter, than any element beyond lithium.
Hydrogen, you say?
Yes. What is the perfect fuel to initiate this process? It just is. Sorry.
That just happens to be what these bubbles are that a bagel coil is making right there.
This is our end of the world device right here. We're getting there slowly but surely.
Right, just a little salt water and a little electricity and copper, and you can make as much hydrogen as you need.
So, let's see.
I want to ask Michael a question, if real quick. I don't want to change the subject too much, but Hi, Michael. I'm glad to be able to talk to you first time face to face. Nice to meet you, sir.
Hi,
What can we do with like those heavy metals that you're talking about? You know, I've heard about element 115 from the Bob Lazar thing, but can that actually drive an engine? And if so, how does that work scientifically? Like, how do
First,
you
you
use?
need to have some
I
of
don't
it
know
in your
yet,
hands.
but we're working on it.
Well, tell me hypothetically how you think it could theoretically work. You know, I don't need to know the exact proof. I'm just curious to try to understand the science.
Well, Lazar mentioned gravity A and B waves. There are some papers from the 50s about that, I think. These days, there's a better understanding of it in the proper circles, I assume. I'm operating completely in the open source, non-classified side of things for the time being. So, I mean, I can speculate. My speculations tend to be pretty good, but let's see. So, I mean, if you've got a very high nuclear spin, honestly, so one of the interesting things, we were working with bismuth, which is lower down than element 115, for example.
Yeah.
Bismuth exhibits a highly nonlinear Zeeman effect, especially when you distribute it into nanoparticles, but in general, it has a nonlinear Zeeman effect. And that may be useful for gravitational wave detection. And if you can detect something, you're interacting with it. So if you have element 115, I imagine that same effect would be amplified.
Element 115 was synthesized at Dubno, where both Shishkin and Dubovit work. And it obviously wasn't that stable.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that where they brought it up, and that it was like only for like milliseconds that it
yeah,
was
so that's what I'm saying.
before
I
it
recommend
came,
that they
right?
try it again with a strong flux.
Yeah, I understand. You're saying hit it with gamma rays at the same time. So you probably need to use Mossbauer effect and create a gamma ray laser from using a nuclear. You literally need a nuclear explosion to create a gamma ray laser.
You can have an electron beam that hits beryllium.
Yeah, you can get the right energies. Yeah.
You get an electron beam that hits a beryllium target, same as in an X-ray machine. You just increase.
They use that
electron voltage.
But Bogdanovich uses that to produce the monopoles at Moscow Nuclear Physics Institute. They use the cyclotron beamline and they fire it into a conversion target to produce the gamma beam.
Interesting. And they're producing neutrinos or something instead?
No, well, so they pass it through a magnet, but what they see is either side of the magnet, they get these mushrooms, which are the signature of these topological monopoles, these clusters, on either side of the
when
X-ray.
you have a gamma ray, your conversion between magnetism and this other particle is much more efficient than at
you
lower
actually
energy.
produce these structures, or they argue potentially they're being knocked off the face of the magnets. They're already aggregated. There's north on the south and south on the north, and the gamma rays actually knock these off.
Interesting.
So
All
the
right.
Mossbauer effect. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So let's see. I'll ask. Regarding the creating a heat difference in a thermal bath with phase, perhaps if you could send Jeremy some articles about that later, I'll read up on it. As for teleportation, my big question is, how do you define? So say you're creating some coherent matter or something. Actually, I guess I missed the part about teleportation. So if you
very simply, there's a couple of ways that I envisage it is done. Now, we've seen things move from inside a reactor to the outside of the reactor, like through several different materials, and then they're coming through the fused quartz, and actually half of a sphere appears inside the fused quartz, replacing the fused quartz in time, and another half, and then it dumps two more magnetic spheres that are linked on the pole of the original one that's half in the fused quartz. Like it kind of. It's a bit like that thing from Terminator where the Terminator appears and it's literally a spherical section that's cut out of the truck and stuff. It's literally exactly like that. It replaces the thing in space-time inside the bubble when it reemerges. So, and this is what John Hutchison. Now, these structures Ken Shoulders described, they can enmesh an object, and then the whole object is then weightless and massless, and then that can move into something else and reappear. And I imagine that this is how you get, for instance, like a piece of wood inside a block of aluminium, which is not something you can easily cast. I actually have half of the sample of the steel knife that's inside the aluminium block, which is a very famous Hutchison sample, and it's under analysis at the moment. And I imagine again that the clusters, their magnetic nature covered the iron, and it went inside. So you get these kind of reports from the Philadelphia experiment where people were half in and half out of pieces of metal on the the overall thing. So that is teleportation and ending up in the wrong place. There's this guy that I think he's actually from Australia, this neck of the woods, and they find these crabs that are suspended in sand and then inside a sealed bubble well under the ground. And they can't understand how these fossilized crabs are in this sand and then the bubble on the outside. But if you can imagine that it was one of these structures that happened to grab the crab on the sand or whatever, and then it teleported under the ground effectively, and you ended up somewhere. This is my worry with Ashton, is like, if they didn't have proper control of that plane, they might have teleported to the inside of the Earth. And it's like, well, you're never going to find that, are you?
That's why I kept asking you about it, because it's like the biggest thing I'm worried about is not just producing this effect, but like, how do you control where you go? Right?
I think it's relatively easy to control, as I've described. So in terms of the teleportation, it's actually transportation, but it can be so quick that it's in the blink of an eye. So perceptually, from the viewer that sees it disappear, and for the viewer that sees it appear, and for the people on the craft, all of them have no perception of time from disappearance to appearance to I've transported myself. So effectively it's teleportation, but it's not like the teleportation that you might imagine from Star Trek, where it's taking quantum mechanical version of you, copying you, transporting that information to another location and deleting the previous one. And that's actually one method that Ken Shoulders describes for teleportation using EVOs. He says you can possibly clone things where the Evo will actually take a quantum mechanical copy of the object you want to replicate. And this would be your Star Trek replicator. You have a quantum mechanical description of a beef roast with gravy, right? And you dial that up on your machine, and it just creates out of raw energy everything at the right temperature in the right place. And every time you produce a version of that, you get another literally copy with the gravy dripping off the potato in exactly the same place when the wave function collapses. So there are these kind of concepts that you can come out of this, but I like to go with what I can see and what we've been able to demonstrate and how these interact. I can't really talk about things that it may do, which people have said in the past it should be able to do logically when you understand it. I need to work with what I can see and repeat scientifically. And we can see these things moving, self-organizing, producing these various quantization levels, which tend to be on these very particular scales. And Ken Shoulders was right, and the 1992 papers that and so on that I was made aware of recently, they show the same structure. So, hot tub time machine. Well, I'm already excited.
So Bob, your hypothesis then is that these unidentified objects surrounded this plane and effectively enveloped it in an EVO.
Okay, you did miss that part of the description.
Yes.
It created a fractal torus at a level above. So the individual fractal tori rotated just before the point of the disappearance of the plane. They link their gravitational waves between the three of them. You need three to produce a plane, so that you know the normal perpendicular to the plane, right? And the normal needs to go through the azimuth between the three orbs through the length of the plane, right? And then when those link together, they produce a gravitational beam through the center, literally as is exactly described by John Archibald Wheeler in my ICCF 25 presentation, who invented the term wormhole and black hole, right? And as they link their gravitational waves, they produce a new gravitational wave orthogonally through the center of the plane. That causes them to pinch in, which increases the gravitational vector, which causes them to pinch in even more until they get to their stable fractal self-organization cluster level above, which you can see in our experiments. If you go to our experiments, you can see that when you have three structures, they have a specific scale. right? And they're not getting smaller, they're not getting bigger, but they make the thing in the middle disappear.
So you're additionally saying that these EVOs are producing a gravitational wave, or is this some gravitational?
Yes, I'm absolutely saying that. Yes, I'm absolutely saying that. Yeah.
Or
quick question then, real quick, if I can just jump in, because why? Because we see these orbs, right? Let's just assume these videos are real for a second. The second half of them, I think you just described, is that they form a ring formation, and then I don't know if they're getting into phase, sync, whatever's happening there. But what are they doing before that? It looks like they're scanning the plane. Do you think they're trying to determine how big of like protective shell that has to go on the plane?
I think what it's doing, you've got the operational vehicle that's tracking the plane, and it needs to know where the front of the plane is and the back of the plane and the wings. And from that, it can actually work out what the orientation of the plane is. And simultaneously, you have the phase conjugated scalar waves that are interacting with the interferometry to position each of those, and to position each of those exactly in the plane that is perpendicular to the azimuth through the center, so that it's in the correct location for the vector of the Visa Capacities bubble that's going to capture that. And so they need to move around. They're like trying to keep, and they mustn't join their beams until the right moment.
Yeah.
And
so they're mapping it to figure out that it can be in the safe zone, right? For when they create the bubble, or
they need to be exactly the right length down the plane. To capture it might be that when that thing collapses, it's only the core of the plane, and you might lose the tail fin and you might lose the wings. You literally only capture the passengers, and what ends up at the end destination on Alpha Centauri or wherever, it just goes boom, and it leaves all the passenger cabin and the.
I prefer Zeta Reticuli, but fine, we'll go with Alpha Centauri for you. Just kidding.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying though.
And basically, as it's creating the bubble, it might be slicing up and fragmenting the rest of the plane. You only want to capture the passenger part.
Now I'm worried about the tail, because we can see the tail sticking out from the singularity in the first frame. So now you've got me worried that maybe, well, I mean, on the plus side, maybe they just transported the people and just the hull of the plane directly to a specific location that's on the ground.
What I need to do is I need to look at those spheres and work out at the likely minimum distance where the Visa Capacities is, and map that over a standard. I was actually on one of these exact planes flying here, literally. I took pictures out the window to look at the flaperons and stuff.
Careful, you got to fly one of those planes back. We don't want to.
I have, and I should be going to the airport shortly, so I need to put an end to this quickly, but not in a bad way, in a good way.
May the orbs be with you or not with you on your flight. I don't know which one we want to wish you, but the angels keep your flight safe, Bob.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, that green bit you see is the spin inversion above the topological monopole, and you can go and look at the Aalto University. In fact, it's in my presentation, actually. I think it's in my presentation. ICCF 25. No, it's not. If it's not there, it's in quite a few other presentations. Yeah. So I think that, there's a reasonable likelihood that the flesh and blood ended up somewhere useful. Right.
Yeah. We could have lived.
Whether that flesh and blood was still breathing when it arrived, because it wasn't breathing before, I don't know.
Because then the conspiracy goes on that they actually used the MH370 as the 17 MH that got shot down over Ukraine as that supposed false flag. And there was reports at the time that lots of the bodies were smelling like rotten flesh and decomposed already, that the authorities had picked up of the remains of the people that were riding this MH17.
Yeah, I haven't heard this story. This is new to me.
And Jim Stone at the time, I watched this investigator. Who knows? But I don't. If you say it went wrong and the bodies came out as mesh and they're like, how do we destroy the evidence? It could have been, and that the conspiracy goes deeper. Jim Stone did a bunch of investigating at the time that seemed to show matching all of the MH370 flight or serial numbers onto images that were taken of the M17 plane or something, but I don't know. That's just a far.
Well, I'll give you another conspiracy here, right? this is a good one, and maybe I'll close out with this. In the 4th century, Anno Domini, there is a Coptic Christian stele, and it's in the Coptic Christian Museum in Cairo. And it is a perfect scientific document of how this wheel within a wheel within a wheel works, right? It's old gravestone, okay? And it combines what Jesus decoded and the ancient Egyptian knowledge to show precisely how this technology works. It has the alpha and omega on there. It has the 2 vortex substructures, slightly one above the other. Absolutely perfect. And scarily enough, the 1775 design of the front door of number 10 is almost exact copy of this 4th century representation of this technology, right? The door of number 10 Downing Street. Now, number 10 Downing Street is not number 10. It's number 1O, and the O is at 37 degrees. Now, why? Well, they say it's from the some old Roman calendar. They have no idea why they didn't use a 0 and they have an O at 37 degrees. You can go and look at this up on Wikipedia. Now, I need to get my facts straight here, so I'm going to just go and look at a reference document I have here. Basically, 37 degrees. Where is it? Oh, now I'm not going to be able to get this, am I? 37. Basically, I think according to the Akkadian culture, I think it's the Akkadian culture. I don't want to get this wrong because basically 37 is an incredibly special number. You can go and look at this up. There's quite a few reasons for this, but it's meant to be like it translates 37 degrees O. It translates to the one true power, or the the word of the living Christ, the one word of living Christ. And the 37 is the power known to the ancient Semitic knowledge. It's the most powerful thing about 37 degrees. I want to get the exact phrases that it's attributed to. And so when you have 37-0, for me, that's literally, it's a joke to me. When I saw that and I thought MH370, well, they would actually literally call the plane that they wanted to do the test on 370. That was the name you would give it. So there's a conspiracy theory for. I'm going to try and find this 37 degrees. You can look up 37 degrees, the importance of 37 degrees.
Does that deal with like Hoagland's what does he call it? Some sort of higher dimensional geometric physics, torsion physics.
I don't know, but it's something to do with this ancient knowledge.
I suspect that is the number. Sorry.
You suspect what?
That is the number that Hoagland used. I think it was like 37 and maybe 18 or something. I'm going to have
There's
to.
There's all kinds of mathematical relationships that 37 is unique for as well. And it might be because it is this unique number that it... damn, I wish I could find it now.
I'm just curious why it's special. I mean, I've heard of like Brewster's angle and some of these other angles. I think that was 57 or 50.
There's prime quadruplets. Those are very special sets of numbers.
Let me see if I can find it here myself.
Well, you know what? We're almost to the 4-hour mark. I haven't eaten dinner yet, so
yeah, absolutely.
I'm meant to be swimming on Bondi Beach, and I'm talking to you guys, and I need to get on a plane in 2 hours.
Well, we're honored.
Every minute of it, Bob.
That was amazing, and man, I won't take up any more of your time. You're on.
Okay, there's a site called Angel 37. It says the number 37 meaning in numerology. It's a sign that
do this again later.
Full support.
Yeah, let's do this again later for sure.
I'm glad that this was an awesome collaboration. I'm glad we got a number of eggheads together in this room, so it's just great.
Look at that. That's cool.
Wow, what am I looking at there, Bernie?
Pure zinc anodes, and showing that in the electrolysis water, how they seem to be in the circular corrosion pattern.
Was that from just now?
No, these have I've run in the past. Usually it takes about about 6 hours to do that.
Does everybody here have their own lab? Is that Michael? Are you in your own lab right now?
Yep.
Awesome, man.
Then I just also quickly
I'm in my
wanted
home
to
lab.
state this right here is I hooked up the pure copper triple bagel coil, just one of them, and it's just to a cathode negative 5 volt AC. But and then I've got just a 3 solenoid wire copper anode that's corroding away at the top, and that this is all white monoatomic copper that has formed and it's proceeding down where it's starting to condense at the very bottom there, and that there's still a about 2 to 3 inch exclusion zone at the very base between where the monatomics are precipitating and where they're in the water coming down between that exclusion zone. And that the biggest issue with creating this stuff is that more often than not, it won't be white, it will be blue, which is then oxidized, which then completely ruins the metamaterial purpose of it, and then in fact actually makes it toxic for anyone that wants to like play with their lives in danger. And usually you see these blue people from trying to take the monoatomic silver, but it's diatomic, and they've accumulated vast amounts of heavy metal poisoning toxins of taking in this oxidized pure metal that is blue. And that's the difference between making the monoatomic and the oxidized diatomic particles.
So they went full Smurf, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. So the Smurfs and the aliens, because the demigods, right? They supposedly had these monatomic golds, and they were all blue and flying and whatnot. Who knows? But they had the oxidized. I don't know. Maybe it means you eat it, you die, then you fly away with your spirit. Who knows?
That guy that turned blue from eating the colloidal silver supplements and stuff. That was pretty crazy.
He looked like Papa Smurf. That guy. He had gray hair or bluish gray. He looked like Papa Smurf. He really did. I'm sorry.
He really did.
Guys, I'm going to have to say thank you, Bernie. Thanks for inviting me on, Jeremy. Thanks for coordinating this, Bernie. I should probably know more about alchemy given the fact I work in Lena. But Ashton, Michael, fantastic. Shame Dave's not here. Gerrald, really appreciate you always. I need to go.
Check out the Martin Flieschman Memorial Project on YouTube. That's Bob Greenyer's channel. I'll post a link to it in the description below. And thank you everyone who participated, and have a great rest of your holiday there. And we'll talk to you in the new year.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Safe travels.
Happy Christmas.
Bob. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy New Year.
Bye, guys.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Have a great one, everybody.
And Jeremy, get us in touch.
Ashton. Yeah, I will definitely get you guys in touch. And Ashton was asking about our labs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And, I want to give you guys a little.
Sorry, I was so busy. I missed the whole thing practically. Still working in the lab.
Keep up the hard work, man.
Nice setup there, Jeremy. Cool.
Yeah,
all right, I'm going to bail out, guys. See you later. Bye.
Safe travels, Bob. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to everybody watching this now, watching this, in the future, in 2024, and take this knowledge, this development in this science and disclosure in 2024, real disclosure. But let's actually start opening portals. Let's get into this transmedia technology, the anti-gravity, the free energy. Jeremy, you're muted if you're trying to speak, brother.
He's just showing us the lab.
Absolutely.
My only question is,
lab.
If we crack the hole open, who's the first to jump through? Is it going to be Jeremy?
Well, so who's that guy?
Maybe Michael.
The guy that, oh man, there's the story. It's on Y-Files. He called.
What's that?
Yeah, I was just watching
the
that.
guy, the time
when we crack the door, who's the first
Mad
to walk
or something.
through? Is it going to be Michael, Jeremy? I mean, who's
Actually,
volunteering to go through
I don't know what's going on.
We'll draw short straws for it.
First, we put the couch. Then there's the couch with the cat, and then we gotta find that guy and interview him if he's still alive and see what he's got to say. Well, whatever. Frick, I can't remember the name.
Well,
We have a whole nother floor with a maker space, like a whole machine shop and like other stuff. I don't know if you guys want to see all that, but
wow.
Yes, we do. If the FBI wanted to take special interest, why wouldn't we?
Yeah. Well, they haven't visited this one yet. So
okay.
But, well, that we know of. We have had a few interesting people.
You're with
just
Perrone.
show up and ask questions and start, hey, what are you guys doing here? So.
Once we build our particle accelerator,
I think his thing froze. Sometimes when you move around here, you lose connection. But yeah, there was one guy who came through who was a Rothschild. That was pretty nuts.
All right, I'm switching. Sorry, I had to switch. It switches Wi-Fi because there's a different Wi-Fi on this floor.
You had Rothies creeping.
You guys have the whole building,
young or old?
So,
yeah, I'm with. Yeah, do you guys have the whole building?
No, I rent that. It's a shared space. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's a lot of people that make. There's a fabric shop here with screen printers and the nylon cutters, vinyl cutters and stuff.
That's amazing and epic. That's what I'm about to start setting back up myself in January.
Is there a 3D printer there somewhere?
Yeah, I just showed the 3D printer labs downstairs. There's other ones up here too. This is the metal shop. This is our vacuum furnace where we making the LK99 samples and other stuff.
Yeah, and also some antimony aluminum bismuth semiconductor. It's a direct bandgap semiconductor.
Plasma CNC.
It's not an aerogel though, right? Like it's more like a transistor.
No, you can use it. You can use this one for terahertz photonics and you can use it for all sorts. The direct bandgap semiconductors. Well, actually, you don't always want a direct bandgap. There are certain applications where but yeah, usually for photonics you want a direct bandgap. Although for terahertz, you actually want the vibrational coupling because then you get the coupling to phonons, and that gives you high nonlinearities, which allows you to do computation more easily. Like the transistor is a highly nonlinear device. That's why it works. So you want high optical nonlinearity for a device for computation.
And that's a cool space you guys have there. So you can just come in and out whenever you want, or do you have to like go when other people aren't there?
Yeah, I rent it. We rent it, so we can come in here. There's a little community table, a bunch of tools people can use and stuff.
Wow,
So that is literally like my dream shop right there.
Oh no, check this out! You don't even know, Bernie. Look what we can do over here, man.
Yeah, we'll have to have a meetup.
Glass blower.
My God.
No,
I'm gonna have to come down there.
Is that a bowl? What is that?
But
you can make anything. It's a little mushroom that somebody made.
We want it hollow, but with some of this ormus or noble gases in there, and then put it in the center of the coils and take it to the Walter Russell next level of transmutation.
I should send you my design for a glass battery I'm working on. That's interesting.
So I just talked to the directors of this floor and stuff, and we're gonna set their computer area is like criminally underutilized. It's terrible.
Oh wow!
And they have actually the oldest Linux meetup group in the country meets here.
Really?
And they're like the only ones that use this space. But so I've been talking to them about setting it up for a podcasting lab.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah.
With them in it, that's as OG as you can get.
I'm gonna run the classes here on it to teach people how to do it and set it up. So
you got silk screening there as well. Like I'm gonna have to come spend some time there in 2024.
You come check it out. So that's not everything. So here's a whole bunch of like random electronic parts and supplies. You can just you can use any of this. This stuff is like up for grabs. They got 2 electronic table benches, some power supplies, multimeters, other test equipment, soldering irons, all that kind of stuff. We got immersion 3D printer lab, and also, extrusion 3D printers.
Well, I couldn't build there. Wow.
Oh, and you haven't seen the laser lab.
Yeah, show us the goods, man. Show us the goods.
So check this stuff out. You can. All this stuff was made with the laser CNC cutter, and
oh yeah,
you can do metamaterials. You can, to say what you want for the burn. This is the computer where you program it all, and you can kind of like set it up so if you want it to burn all the way through, the power and the exposure rate.
That is epic.
That you want to do intervals, passes.
Those.
That's the laser table right there, guys. Yeah, so we got some epic stuff that you can.
This guy here.
People make some cool stuff here, dude. So yeah, this place is pretty capable. We also got the, another wood shop in here with CNC router table and some lathes and stuff, and a glove box for sandblasting and sanding and stuff too. So yeah, and then the kitchen area too. And but yeah, this is tons of cool stuff what you can do here. So I'm glad I gave you guys a tour.
That was a sweet tour, man. Thanks a lot, Jeremy.
That's as epic as the song that you started the last episode out with, brother.
Yeah, that song was great.
I gotta practice it and make it come out. It could come out much better.
Oh yeah, we're gonna re-record. We're gonna freaking re-record that in the studio, and get some doubles, triples, get like some chicks singing or a chorus or something. Like
some bongos.
Get it mixed, mastered at the very least. Do it professional. I will do it while I'm down there, or we'll get it done. It's happening. All right,
sure, man. We got the lab here, man. We get the cooperation of the whole community and everybody online. This community is only growing. Don't forget to smash that like and subscribe button, and send me an email if you want to link up or anything, man. I'm open here to exposing the truth and digging in and just forcing the government to have new investigations of all this stuff. This stuff should have had investigations long ago. It needs to all be reopened and reinvestigated, as far as I'm concerned, because I sure as heck don't believe in magic bullets or that the Pentagon just lost $2.3 trillion the day before 9/11. So there's a lot of things that just never been answered, man, and I would love to get answers to. So keep up the good fight, and we're destroying the official narrative on so many different levels, guys. Just keep sharing and keep put posting information out there, and that's all we can do is keep the science up. The more you learn science, the more you educate yourself and equip yourself with an understanding of logical fallacies, how to dissect arguments, how to be able to, what falsifiability is, and being skeptical. It's going to help arm all of us in the fight for truth and the fight against these lies. So mistakes are always made. Everyone's human here, and crush stream, man. You're absolutely right. Thank you all for being here. You guys rock, and we are the government. Let's take it back. Exactly. And we're more competent than anything that I've seen from the government in their discussions of UFOs. Is just got nothing on the people that I talk to every day and bring on this channel. And that's going to continue and just get better. So thank you for staying with us. And you guys rock more. So
thanks a lot, Jeremy. This was awesome. Everybody, make sure you like this stream. Make sure you follow Jeremy. Make sure you're following, and
everybody follow everybody here, because we're live on Ashton Forbes channel, on Alien Scientist channel, on Crypto Alchemist channel, and maybe more. I'm not sure.
Jeremy, plug we have the eBay store now.
APEC tomorrow too. So eBay store is up online too. So check us out on eBay. I'll post.
We got that, and
we got the Super Force shirts.
Super short Force shirts. You gotta show them.
Yes.
We got to get what do you call it? We have the magnesium bismuth composites we're making. We'll put that up there. Why not?
You're selling them?
Sure, why not? I mean, it's easy to make.
Yeah.
Everyone
I
says,
want
"Oh,
some.
this is so difficult to make." I'm going to prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I
I'll buy
love
some.
Heck yeah.
I'll buy some.
Michael makes anything. I'm just like, he's like, yeah, we can make that. I'm like,
I'm gonna
yo,
buy some too.
geez.
Michael is the material man.
Send me a link to that. I'll post it on my Twitter.
You ever see that sketch from Portlandia? We could pickle that.
That's
Don't do
great.
the
Yeah,
material.
you can pickle it.
I love it. All right, shall we play the disclosure song to close her
Let's
out
do
one last time?
I guess so, man. I wish I could do a better.
It's,
I gotta
it's
re-record
amazing.
it
This
better
is
version,
as a
yeah.
first copy, like just playing your heart out, like not rehearsing it. Like it's epic. Don't worry about it. Like round two, when we actually record it properly, like it's gonna be a hit by the time it's done. This
Where's
is the
this
free
all
version.
headed, y'all? This is headed towards the stars, man, and beyond, where Tom DeLonge promised to bring you, but never followed through. And we're tired of those people. So we're showing you how it's really done. And Tom, you better be paying attention and taking notes, because Tom DeLonge was wrong. Came along with that cron, and the strongest cron that you ever heard of in a song. Do any of them ever pick it up and actually play it? Who wants to hear me play a Christmas song?
I know I do.
All right. Metamaterials. Can these things work miracles? Perfectly spherical, like original trick cereal. The disappearable, so reject all things etherical. Trust in the empirical and listen to my lyrical. Well, gonna do a rap about UFOs to try to expose things the government won't disclose, because nobody knows where all that money goes with no bid contracts and cash stacked in rows and rows. Knows a frozen hose couldn't flow as slow as the drip drop disclosure from these government schmoes. I'm one of the pros, in case you didn't know. I read all the physics papers and get intel on the low. So while the Pentagon's acting like a bunch of bozos, the alien scientist channel grows and grows until they look like the emperor wearing no clothes, who can't smell that coffee that's right under his nose. With the military-industrial complex, it's nonsense. Well, somebody must be getting a paycheck. It's obvious, oblivious, insidious. These idiots, they obfuscate. At least we all agree on this, from AOC to Matthew Gates, who stopped the debate and set aside their hate. And for alien technology, come on and pass the plate. And maybe we won't devolve into a planet of the apes, because there's always something bigger than these dreams we try to chase. Like when Tom DeLonge came along with this bong and the strongest cron you ever heard of in a song called TTSA. But they played us all like a pawn, promised us the spaceship and played us right along. And Luis Elizondo, please correct me if I'm wrong, except he won't go on your podcast unless you stroke his ego. But he's a military hero, and these noobs who all know zero like to think he's their amigo, and they flock to him like Siegel, and they say, yes, master, like Smeagol. Well, he gets Snoopy like a beagle when he ran the Adams Project and took away some objects from a public that was honest and just wanted to make progress. And now they get in front of Congress and say, where is all the proof? Well, Elizondo took it all and he gave it to our troops. They got an army crater and the rest of us got poop. Just like Roswell and the Nazi Bell, the evidence went poof. And now I podcast with the scientists like Dr. Kevin Newth, and I can show you who's the man and those who didn't take the stand. And I would love to go on Joe Rogan, Fox News, and Russell Brand, because I'm Jeremy Riss. I'm not Corbella. I don't have bullshit to sell. I talk about real scientists and contractor intel. So just call her out my name and I'll come and spit some game, because I care about the truth. I don't care about the fame. After 80 years of lies, people shouldn't be surprised that NASA and the CIA have deep state Nazi ties. Metamaterials, can these things work miracles? Perfectly spherical, unlike a pool ball in a billiard hall. They're disappearable, so reject all things etherical. Trust in the empirical and listen to my lyrical. 47, the OSS became the CIA with a brand new face, expanded powers, and a brand new base. And this was only days after a weather balloon caused a terrible haze. And lots of people claim that it was aliens in a ship from space. And the U.S. Air Force hates to answer questions about that place, or the tunnels beneath Wright State, or any questions about those planes, the supercavitation and high-tech war games. And they sit here and they try to shame pilots who thought things they couldn't explain, but it's obvious to anyone with half a brain that we're probably not alone. What, we're not insane? What are you, Sean Kirkpatrick? Offended by a claim like when Jesse Marcel of the Army Intel came out of his shell and said that Roswell was probably not a weather balloon from Project Mogul. But if you use your focal and speak with all the locals, you start to paint a picture that sounds a little loco, but maybe you're on drugs or only filming bugs. I tried to talk to scientists, but all I got was shrugs as I trampled through disclosure in my brand new pair of Uggs, watching clowns on television getting mainstream plugs. And so I switch over to a skeptic who thinks he dug and found the septic. Well, his newest explanation makes Corbell fans epileptic, but their minds don't travel far. They're still hung up on Lazar, driving through Los Alamos in a Honda rocket car. But little do they know, they've just found the mother lode, because here on Alien Scientists, we make skeptics' heads explode. We've got a team of scientists who come to crack the code, because, brother, where we're going, we won't need to use the roads. Metamaterials, can these things work miracles? Are you spiritful like a flying candy vehicle? Are you spiritual, believe in things etherical? Well, listen here, it's called breaking out of these old walls. Into the future, we all gotta go, but some go slow like a bonsai grows. Completely different from my lyrical flows, but a Jedi knows that gravity control is just one of his foes. As the ions flow on the brown nose cone of your supersonic drone, so just hold my phone as I go into the zone and I fly off the handles, exposing all your scandals. We out here making light bulbs, you're reinventing candles, still wearing Jesus sandals, caught up in the past.
The future of our species is at great risk.
Master Chief and the others follow.
Let me keep it going. Just
There we go.
all right. What was up with the ad, man? I can't believe
Halfway
they
through.
cut it
All
off.
right.
Worst
So
ad
that was
ever.
only halfway through. You gonna finish off the second half first, or should I keep playing?
Yeah, I probably could do it better. No, I don't know, man.
Don't want to have to.
I don't
put
have
you
my
on the spot.
lyrics.
It's
I'm
all
on the
good.
spot. I have to go get
I was
it all.
popping. That was only half.
Yeah. All right, we're finishing the other half. Either way, let's hit
Yeah,
play.
it's pretty long.
And you
It's
can
like
double
class.
time it.
There's just better ways to get to space than riding rocket blasts. So let's step outside our cages and listen to some patience. Take a book and try to look and read some different pages. Well, I've got the papers here, and if the science isn't clear, well, then please come take the mic and make this madness disappear, because we all want to get to space and progress the human race. And if you think these UFOs are silly dreams we shouldn't chase, then maybe you should put down your phone and crawl in a cave, and put down your physics instruments and just become a slave, and go to work from 9 to 5 and get all your bills paid, and do this on repeat until you reach an early grave. Or you could step outside of that and help the children grow by not trusting the experts who don't know what they don't know, when they can lie in suit and tie and straight put on a show. I tell you, if I worked with them, I'd pull an Edward Snow. Oh, is that your role? If so, I'm calling ground control. We've got a suicidal mole about to crash into a pole, and although this hurts my soul when all this killing takes its toll, well, that's a plumber's job. You gotta find and fix the holes. From the grassy knoll to the New York Post, with Stephen Greenstreet. Will we ever know if Mockingbird in control? We're coming up now on the final verse, and I want to scream more curse words than I can curse, because it looks like disclosure is going to leave us in a hearse. And if you thought that it was bad, well, it's about to get worse. Enter Jaime Maussan, the Mexican con, with a The magic plaster llama skull.
that came from beyond. And if you feel it's real, you must be legally blonde. So throw away that DNA, because the skeleton's flawed. And while it's clear we may appear the only fish in the pond, because this silly Drake equation says, well, what are the odds? You should weaponize yourself with a magic wand. When you find these whistleblowers and you try to bring them on, except the folks in the know would somehow rather abscond, because they kind of want their pension and their government job. Because everybody should know about these government slobs who sit there eating pork like it was corn on the cob, and they sit and lie to us while our pockets they rob and send disinformation. Yeah, we've listened to Bob, and even though these pseudoscientists are technically flawed, and I've thoroughly exposed them as complete total frauds, they will never stand corrected or pack up and
move on, because Corbell will never ever once admit he was wrong. And if it wasn't AIC, then why is he on TV? It's Separation Mockingbird. It's easy to see. They put this grifter out there to make people believe, and then send them up a river and then crush all their dreams. And while I try to tell them, they come screaming at me like I'm the fucking liar on a disinfo spree. And if I'm proven wrong, I'll gladly fall to one knee and say, que hondo elizando lo siento por ti. But until disclosure happens, I will sit on that fence and then continue to call out things that never made sense, because it's still a War Department. Well, they call it defense. In these stovepiped operations, information is dense, and we need to get that out for all the world to share and showboat to those who aren't fully aware. When you can verify with proof, you think that someone would care, except it's only corporate bullshit they allow on the air. But I'm changing my ways, and there's days that I pray that we will finally see justice for the CIA and all those people that they murdered, just like R and JFK, over shit that happened way back 1948. But if you're still unsure and you think all of it's baloney, well, why don't you look into scientists who died, like at Marconi? You'll follow Bob Lazar or Corbell, that total phony. Well, he's out there to distract you all. You think he's your homie? Well, get you in the ring with him. I'll show you the fighter. I'm exposing corporations like Rand, Battelle, and Miter. But maybe you don't care. Or maybe you love to stare at bullshit Boca triangles that turn out to be flares. Will really teach you nothing about what's going on out there, because these people are distractions and real coverage